summarize the previous part. In a fierce battle between Whitebeard and Kadu, the Whitebeard pirate's survival hinges on defeating Kadu. Killing Kadu would demoralize his forces, enabling the Whitebeard pirates to turn the tide. Despite Kadu's infamous immortality and resilience, Whitebeard confronts him in his ultimate form, wielding a divine fire sword enhanced by the burning fruit. Whitebeard unleashes a powerful, fiery slash, causing the sky to split and fire to rain down with overwhelming heat. Kadu, demonstrating his fearlessness and tactical acumen, charges directly at Whitebeard, opting to attack rather than evade or defend. The clash is explosive, with both titans trading devastating blows amid boiling flames. Their immense power shatters the battlefield, and the intense confrontation leaves the outcome uncertain. The stakes are monumental, as the survival of the Whitebeard pirates and the fate of the New World hang in the balance. Party Popper, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much, and I wish you all an enjoyable time listening to the story. Whitebeard had no choice but to stop his blade attack. Extremely muscular divine fire pillar descended from the sky, pouring down. Almost in an instant, an extremely deep area, the soil layer was like tofu, like weak and could not bear it, sinking down. The divine fire in the sky is still continuously falling down. Anyone who approached that pirate-infested area, without exception, was instantly engulfed in flames, as if they had evaporated from the world, disappearing in an instant. The scene was so shocking that it shook everyone's heart, causing all the pirates who saw this life and death battle scene to be shocked. The entire spacious beast's pirates base in the east. The temperature rapidly rose. Even the seawater evaporated because of that, and mist rose up from the Trandang. In that battle, where Whitebeard and Kadu were staying, how terrifying was it? Just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. Even the pirates in the distance were terrified. They stared at the shocking image with their mouths wide enough to hold eggs. What a terrifying high temperature. This burning fruit flame, how come it feels even stronger than Ace's back then? Then, it's just a Whitebeard battle blade. Such terrifying high-temperature divine fire, continuously pouring down from the sky. Whitebeard and Kadu. Are they going to perish together? Impossible. How could they be burned to death by a flame at this level of powerhouse? Even if it was a divine fire, it would be impossible to burn them to death. However, they would definitely be injured. Each pirate was amazed, feeling the temperature around them rise to the point of making them feel hot and uneasy. They were instantly shocked, and each one of them looked in fear at the divine fire that was continuously shining down on the eastern island in the distance. Even though it was so far away, I still felt scared out of my wits. Boom. Suddenly in the middle, a loud explosion rang out. Dust and blood mist filled the sky in an instant, covering the ground. Only saw that flying up in the thick smoke. A golden figure, like a broken kite, flew out. Shiki the Golden Lion is defeated. Countless people became excited. The incomparably strong Golden Lion Shiki single-handedly fought two great pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates, but in the end still lost. His entire human wolf wand flew out. Blood turned into a bloody mist. The golden long hair bun was disheveled and couldn't bear it. Even a lot of golden long hair was flying in the air. Everyone was stunned. Look at the eyes and mouth wide open. The Whitebeard pirates' #1 strongman fails. In an era of legendary pirates, the man who almost ascended to the throne of the Pirate King, the first pirate to escape from Impel Down. The Whitebeard pirates' top powerhouse, the Paramecia-type floating fruit ability user, the defeated Golden Lion Shiki. Originally, when Kim Su-2 competed with a great pirate at the same level, he still had quite the advantage. As long as there was enough time, Kim Su-2 would even be sure to kill his opponent. Exactly. After another great pirate of the same level joined the battle, his form completely reversed and became uncontrollable by the Golden Lion. Final. In the fierce battle, Shiki the Golden Lion exhausted all his physical energy and was no match for the two great pirates of the Beasts pirates. He failed. At the same time, everyone saw on the other side a huge green scale armored snake tail, violently sending fresh blood flying out. Following, the great Calamity Queen from the immense Azure Mang transformed into human form. She, from the thighs. A whole thigh is missing. The blood was flowing so profusely it was horrible. Golden Lion Shiki risked his life to cut off one of the three great evils of the Queen Snake's tail, an entire leg. Roar! Queen and another pirate roared in anger, breaking through the blood mist and killing the golden lion Shiki. They want to completely eliminate Kim Su too. Shiki failed. Burndy World's heart shook violently, suddenly bursting out with an extremely powerful force. Mo Guesher's ability to hold infinite possibilities was brought to its limit by him. Recklessly disregarding his own supercharged physical energy consumption, he killed the opponent before his eyes, heading towards the golden lion Shiki. 527 Burndy World chooses to carry the two opponents of Kim Su too. Replace Shiki the lion and fight. Maybe. He had also consumed an unknown amount of physical strength at this moment. Even if he could resist for a while like the golden lion Shiki, in the end he would still not be able to bear the loss of physical strength and would fail, even facing danger to his life. Even if there is a possibility of death, Burndy World does not hesitate. This is his pride. As the proud Whitebeard of the era, he absolutely will not choose to retreat. The era before. Called the Whitebeard era. The madman Burndy World shouted, willing to write this era for Whitebeard, and risked his life. This era will still write letters from the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard will not perish. Boom. The Great War continues. Exactly. At the same time. Suddenly, a wave of violent blood mist suddenly exploded. Weakened Patrick. Redfield and another terrifying figure simultaneously flew out from the sky filled with blood mist. That's the Beast's pirates, another big threat, King. Count Blood, in a 1-on-2 situation, risked his life to cut down one of the three great disasters, King. And he himself was also severely injured and felled by another powerful pirate of a dangerous level. Almost died. Noisy. This moment. Everyone was excited. The second strongest member of the Whitebeard pirates, defeated. Taking 1-on-2, being able to cut down one, is enough to prove that the Count's blood is powerful, yet he really still failed. After Shiki the Golden Lion, the Whitebeard pirates, the second strongest man in the crew, fell. Such a situation almost instantly put the Whitebeard pirates in a desperate situation. Everyone hurry! The Whitebeard pirates fought the Beast's pirates. It wasn't just a battle between two pirate crews. The more the whole New World pirate crew is in danger. You must know, before, the Beast pirates carried out extremely cruel massacres. Every island and every town were completely massacred by the Beast pirates. Just because a devil fruit is also awesome treasure. As the Count's bloodline declined, the pirate crew became increasingly restless. Can the Whitebeard pirates resist? The Whitebeard pirates cannot lose either. The entire New World, can they keep quiet? Let's see if the Whitebeard pirates can win this battle. Countless pirates were exclaiming in surprise. They didn't want to see the Beast pirates win. Exactly. The Beast pirates have now gained a relatively large advantage. How can I win? The only solution. Whitebeard God of War Kadu. In the midst of a battle between captains, once one side wins, the other pirate crew will definitely fall into a state of panic. This is the only miracle. Need Whitebeard to be creative. Can you win, Dad? Exclamation point. Count Blood. Golden Lion Shiki and the others were defeated, leaving Marco waiting for the team leader, each of their hearts in turmoil and tension. They thought they wanted to go help Whitebeard's father, but they had the heart but not the strength. Their opponents in front of them were all powerful beyond normal. B. How to create miracles. Can Dad really create miracles? Everyone was in a hurry. This is a world-shaking battle, coming at the most crucial moment. That muscular shoulder was filled with endless pillars of fire. Still in the same place, continuously releasing endless flames, red divine fire, causing the temperature in the air to continuously rise. The surrounding sea water was continuously evaporating. Not only that, everyone could feel the intense battle between Whitebeard and Kadu within the extremely muscular pillars. A deafening battle cry rang out, continuously ringing. The flames were shaken out by the aftershocks of the battle, densely shooting out, like fire rain. The scene that erupted was terrifying. That pillar of fire was very far away in a local area, where there were no people fighting. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates were fighting, constantly moving away from that terrifying pillar of fire. Captain, should we quickly join the Whitebeard pirates and fight the Beast's pirates? On the sea. There are pirates asking the captain, hoping to join the battlefield. People's hearts are all selfish. Everyone was worried about the Whitebeard pirates, expecting the Whitebeard pirates to turn around and win, but when it came time for them to join the battle, they retreated. Can't go again. Even if we go, it's just like a drop in the ocean. It won't change any situation. We can only hope that the Whitebeard pirates will reverse the situation and create a miracle. This is almost the official explanation given by the pirate captains. They had no choice but to send reinforcements. Anyway, choosing to join the fight, very likely to become a life-changing event. The Whitebeard pirates have completely fallen into a bad situation inside. At this kind of time, who would dare to join the battlefield? Leading the fire to burn oneself, even causing the entire pirate crew to fall into danger of extinction. There's a captain who explains it like that. The dead are all selfish. Choose a feng shui bao dia. Don't mention the living. If the Whitebeard pirates were currently at an advantage, countless pirate crews would definitely choose to join the battlefield and conquer the beast pirates together. But right now, not a single person dared to go up and conquer the beast pirates. They were just watching the battle from afar. No one would foolishly sacrifice themselves. Each pirate said in a low voice. Humph. A bunch of cowards who don't even have enough willpower. The Whitebeard pirates don't need a bunch of idiots like you. But at this moment, a voice came. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the sound, the king. Just in time to see a person with both hands holding an unusually exaggerated long sword, coldly leaning on the deck of a uniquely shaped pirate ship, coldly speaking. In his chest was a long sword of exaggerated length, making people shiver involuntarily. Famous sword, Ghost Cry. The 7 warlords of the sea, Trafalgar Law. Someone shouted. The person who spoke with a cold voice was the one who had personally witnessed Whitebeard domineeringly slashing Kizaru Trafalgar on Punk Hazard Island. Law. The world's #1 swordsmanship tournament, Trafalgar Law, is even more dazzling. The anatomy fruit ability revealed extremely terrifying power, making his reputation spread far and wide. Even though he is a newbie, no one will look down on him. Until Trafalgar Law challenged Hawkeye after failing, immediately disappeared. No one would have thought, at this time Trafalgar Law would appear again. Boom. The sea waves were stirred up. The Heart Pirates rushed towards the East Island again. Trafalgar Law actually joined the battlefield at this time. He wants to help the Whitebeard pirates. Madman. Absolutely madman. The Whitebeard pirates clearly want to flee. It's likely that the entire army will be wiped out on the eastern island. Joining the battle now is definitely courting death. 253-inch. Many people are a little scared. By this time, most of the pirates felt that the Whitebeard pirates were finished. Right now, there are constantly Whitebeard pirates and pirates who have fallen and sacrificed, and although the Beast pirate side has similarly had a huge number of sacrifices, they can't help but be overwhelmed by the Beast pirates' superiority in numbers and also have home field advantage. If there could be a miracle, the Whitebeard pirates would win and destroy the Beast's pirates. That would be perfect. Looking forward to a miracle. There must be a miracle. Otherwise, with the 100 Beasts pirates going crazy, I'm afraid the entire New World will never have a peaceful day again. The Heart Pirates might bring about a bit of a turnaround. If there were more Heart Pirates like this, perhaps we could really win. Many people revealed a look of respect. They were expecting a little bit of a miracle to happen. Even though they were afraid of death, they did not dare to go to the battlefield. They were still waiting for a miracle to happen. The Heart Pirates joining Sedge also couldn't change the situation of the battle. Because the Whitebeard pirates suffered 2 heavy losses in the Summit War a year later, they were hunted down by Edward Weevil and the Blackbeard pirates. The remaining forces, plus Whitebeard who returned and joined the force later, were still no match for the powerful Beasts pirates. On the battlefield, as usual, extraordinary need not be optimistic. Marco waited for a group of team leaders. Almost all of them were crazy, fighting recklessly. Their blood had long dyed them into blood. In their hands, who knows how many lives were lost. Especially Marco, who had already fought like crazy, throwing away his life to fight like crazy. Absolutely cannot let father have any more injuries. Marco let out a long scream, and bright blue flames continuously erupted from his body, forcing back the great pirates he was fighting. Following that, the fierce flames slaughtered each and every one of the Beast's pirates. Maybe following him was another great pirate of the same level who suddenly attacked. This was the great pirate who killed the Count. Marco, what a stupid idea. This time, Whitebeard is destined to re-enter the Summit War. Die again. This great pirate of great power. not only has great strength, but also has a vicious heart and even more vicious intentions, plotting to make Marco, who is worried about Whitebeard, fall into a state of emotional turmoil. Using this to reveal an opening and kill Marco. Absolutely not. Father absolutely cannot lose. Marco let out a long scream, unleashing an extremely terrifying power. He was not afraid of anything, he could only worry about Whitebeard's father, because in this life he would absolutely not let himself experience this kind of pain of losing his father a second time. And the same kind of torture as the Whitebeard pirates going towards destruction before. Marco, don't worry, father. Father said before, he is invincible. This time, our Whitebeard pirates absolutely cannot be destroyed at that time. Honest and reasonable George suddenly bumped into an opponent, relying on the preemptive strike against a dangerous pirate. The whole person charged straight in. His tone was extremely resolute, his demeanor extremely calm. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still maintained invincible confidence. Because he firmly believed Whitebeard father could definitely win. Yes, we are sure father can definitely kill Kadu. Come out victorious. Joaquim Vista used supernatural swordsmanship to force back the known dangerous character and stopped. Correct. Marco let out a long scream. He continuously unleashed earth-shattering attacks. One by one the beast pirates died under the flag. Humph. What a stupid idea. A group of disaster-level pirates suddenly attacked. Each one of them was a tyrannical character like a disaster. Captain Kadu is an invincible existence with an immortal body. A single-handed fight. The entire world's natural Captain Kadu is the strongest. The Whitebeard era is no longer. That's right. Captain Kadu has the title of the strongest creature in the sea and land. How is that just an empty title? Boom. A group of powerful and invincible pirates rushed over one after another, completely surrounding Marco and the other captains. Whitebeard pirates. Group leader, danger. Boom. But at this moment, a loud explosion that overwhelmed all other sounds suddenly spread throughout the eastern island. The air shook piece by piece, constantly rolling and fluctuating, extremely terrifying. The fire burned fiercely. Explode. At this moment, everyone became frightened. In just a moment, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, each of them extremely nervous, staring unblinkingly at the place where the pillar of fire exploded. Whitebeard fought Kadu. Who won and who lost in the end? The outcome? Come out. The terrifying pillar of fire suddenly exploded, turning into a terrifying sea of fire that engulfed the heavens and earth. In that extremely hot and red sea of fire, a demonic figure with a gigantic body, rumbling inside, swirling fierce flames, flew out, terrifying airwaves, pushed away the flames in the distance. This figure flew back in the trajectory, forming a vacuum. The fierce flames also dispersed because of it. That's Katie's body. Everyone was shocked and their eyes and mouths were wide open. No one would have thought that the person who was sent flying would be the one known as the strongest being in the world, the strongest creature in both land and water, the king of beasts, Kadu. Boom. A terrifying sound wave spread out, following Whitebeard's extremely shocking 7 turtles body, carrying an endless and boundless force, rapidly launched a surprise attack. Even though people were very far away, they could still feel the terrifying, towering aura. Whitebeard charged out, his huge and muscular body, yet he had lightning-like speed. The vortex of air flowing backwards emitted a deafening explosion sound. Behind him the boundless flames of the sea of fire continuously turned back. Whitebeard's 2 fists suddenly clenched. One hand was covered in crimson flames. That was the burning fruit realm ability that transformed into a move released by the blade origin. The other hand was pitch black as an abyss hockey. An absolute powerful hockey, strengthening the fist that originally had terrifying strength. This was enough to tear apart the sky with 2 fists. There is no superfluous word. Whitebeard caught up to the flying Kadu, his 2 fists spread out, like a divine dragon clashing, containing an endless terrifying force. He punched out a divine fire. Shiranui suddenly punched out where the fist passed. The air was under the divine fire. Shiranui below instantly evaporated into a vacuum. The fist traced a blood-red trajectory with a bang. Landed on Kadu's body. Boom. Terrifying divine fire, along with each wave of vibrating air waves, instantly pushed out. The endless force fell on Kadu's body, causing his flesh to tremble. His entire body vibrated, and fresh blood gushed out in the blink of an eye, before being quickly burned by the divine fire. The pungent smell of blood and burnt smell made one feel as if they were in the dark apocalypse. Boom! Kadu endured the terrifying punch, suddenly letting out a long scream. But he flew backwards. Thinking about unleashing all of his strength in midair was like talking nonsense. But he is still the king of beasts. Although it cannot unleash its full power, it can unleash extraordinary destructive power. Kadu roared loudly in a blink of an eye, only to change his arm. The entire arm was like a giant snake, suddenly a circle. The air also distorted and transformed because of that. A sharp and ear-piercing screech instantly poured out. Kadu directly fought Whitebeard. Exactly. Whitebeard's fierce flame divine fire punched one after another punch swirling with terrifying hockey armament, already in this life-threatening situation, hit Kadu on the body. The fierce and domineering force caused Kadu's entire body to shake. The punch he threw out couldn't help but stop because of it. His momentum weakened. Just then, Whitebeard's two fierce and domineering fists, with lightning speed, continuously struck out. The third fist, the divine fire fist, fell down in an instant. Kadu's flesh was stimulated. In an instant it seemed to tremble. The fresh blood that had not yet come out turned into charcoal. The fourth punch, the armed hockey tyrannical fist, fell on Kadu's flesh in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered. A large blood hole formed. Fresh blood gushed out like a pillar, extremely terrifying. The fifth right goes out. The sky and earth exploded like thunder. Friday the power fell down. Like the sound of drums, heavy sound. Like in the depths of the person's soul fiercely collided with an incomparable shock. Seeing such a scene, all the pirates who couldn't control themselves were terrified. Regardless of whether it was the fierce battle to kill the two great Four Emperors pirates on the island, or the Heart pirates who had just joined the battlefield, or the faraway pirates who were hesitating, all the pirates, all of them couldn't help but stop at the place where there was movement. As if in a flash, the bodies stiffened. The whole group stared with eyes wide open and mouths agape. Whitebeard was like a god and a demon in a flash, fierce and domineering, punching out one by one. Divine fire and terrifying abyss-like fists, punch after punch. Every time Whitebeard punched Kadu, Kadu's godlike demon body would spurt out a flower of blood, or a large blood hole would appear. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what to do. Such a terrifying image, just looking at it, makes one's scalp numb, cold sweat pouring, and fear born in the heart. What a terrifying tyrannical boxing technique. Every pirate was extremely shocked as they stared at that heart-shaking scene. Every punch Whitebeard threw down was like a sledgehammer hitting a drum. The sound of the drum hitting shook the heavens and earth. Dong dong dong. The fist landed on Kadu's body. As if from the ninth heavens, a thunderous sound rang out, and many bundles of fresh blood flew. Dong dong dong. Every time Whitebeard punched. All the pirates who saw the scene couldn't help but feel tense inside, as if every punch landed on their hearts like a bang. All the pirates' hearts were shaken. Too horrible. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard threw about 32 punches. Each punch is like a heavy divine hammer. Kadu's whole body exploded. Blood fell like rain. That immortal body area appeared heart-shattering bloody holes. Explode. Sky. 32 divine powers. 32 divine fists were struck out, causing cracks to appear in the sky. The clouds cracked and rapidly rolled back, quite terrifying. 32 heart-shaking punches hit Kadu's demonic body, causing him to retreat backwards. Fresh blood was like a rain falling crazily. Many bundles of fresh blood violently exploded and flew. This is an unimaginable scene. Extremely terrifying. It makes everyone who hears it tremble. Makes everyone who sees it tremble. What a terrifying destructive force this is. Everyone's hearts were shaken violently. They saw the most unbelievable battle scene in the world. Known as the strongest in the world, known as the absolutely immortal king of beasts, Kadu was beaten back continuously, blood flowing like rain. That man is called Whitebeard. Everyone was shocked beyond compare to see that terrifying figure, that mysterious Moon 14 Whitebeard. Each one revealed an extremely frightened expression. 32 divine powers. It was Whitebeard in battle. He combined the blade technique with his own transformation characteristics, fused with armament hockey and the characteristics of his divine and demonic body, and developed invincible boxing techniques. Whitebeard punched out 32 times. Kadu's body was covered in blood and flesh, rotting beyond recognition. The feeling of joy made Whitebeard extremely comfortable. And this shocking scene, falling into the eyes of many pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates, was to make them all scared to the extreme. Competing with two dangerous pirates of Burndy World, all of them revealed looks of fear. Together with Marco, Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista, Sand Crocodile waiting for the turn of the captain level, fiercely fighting and killing the deadly pirate level, all could not help but feel an unprecedented terrifying pressure. Miracle! What a miracle! No one thought that Whitebeard would actually create an unimaginable miracle, causing countless people to become frightened. The Whitebeard pirates, who were already in dire straits, saw that Whitebeard's father had won, and their spirits were shaken, and they fought even more recklessly. Review of the Beasts Pirates. Originally, after several dangerous pirates from the underworld joined the battlefield, the Beasts Pirates had an absolute advantage, especially the captain level. The Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, and the powerful pirate crew was almost completely wiped out. Just a moment to win. Exactly. The entire Beast Pirates, numbering in the thousands of pirates, absolutely never expected that their captain, the immortal captain, would be beaten to a bloody pulp in the midst of a battle with Whitebeard. Each of the Beast Pirates stared dumbfounded at their captain, the Beast King Kadu, that blood-stained body, even more gigantic than the giant race. 16 terrifying blood holes appeared. Fresh blood gushed out in a storm. There were also 16 terrifying charred fist prints, where the flesh and skin sacs there were all burned to ashes. The 312 Dao's wounds were so terrible that the entire 100 Beasts pirates were scared out of their wits, and their hearts were filled with fear as if they had seen a god or a demon. Crisis in the Beasts pirates spreads. And the one who had one leg cut off by the golden lion Shiki risked her life. The remaining 3 great disasters, one of the queens, saw such a scene right at the corner of her eyes. In the entire Beast Pirates, there may be people whose strength can rival the 3 great evils. But there is absolutely no one who can rival the 3 great evils in their position. The 3 great disasters made Kadu's absolute confidants and were absolutely loyal to Kadu. It can be said that Kadu is the closest person to his 3 subordinates. Right now, one of the 3 great disasters, Jack the Drought, was soon cut down by Whitebeard with the sword below. Another pirate, one of the king, also risked his life to be slashed by the blood count with the blood-colored barrier below. 3 great disasters, only one person remains. Under such a situation, Queen found it absolutely unacceptable to see a scene. Kadu was beaten into a bloody man by Whitebeard, with terrifying bloody holes and charred hard fist marks all over his body. He can accept Kadu's defeat, but could not accept the scene before his eyes. Kadu almost died. Queen neighed loudly. He avoided the battle in front of him. He had to risk his life to charge Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I will definitely kill you. Queen let out a long scream, showing extremely terrifying power, crazily rolling towards Whitebeard. I brought along a terrifying air current, rolling the heavens and earth, rapidly launching a surprise attack towards Whitebeard. Wherever he passed, the Whitebeard pirates were sent flying. He here is giving up his life once and for all. Unleashed unprecedented terrifying destructive force. Retire. But at this moment, a terrifying long line of flames pierced through the air. 357 was like a red lightning bolt, instantly shooting straight towards it. Queen saw this lightning-fast red line. Her pupils instantly dilated, thinking she had to avoid Whitebeard's slash. Just can't avoid it. Whitebeard attacks. How can I let him dodge? Red lightning flashed. Even outsiders couldn't see clearly how Chubai's beard made his move. They only saw red lightning suddenly flash. Follow. On the second, still screaming long, declaring that he will definitely kill Whitebeard Queen, his body suddenly stormed out a terrifying stream of blood. His body was pierced by red lightning chains. Boom. Until this moment, everyone finally saw clearly. Catch the terrifying speed of the red lightning. It's Whitebeard's sword again. Seeing a shocking scene, the blade pierced through the queen's body. The entire blade's hilt pierced through her body. Want to kill me? With you, still lacking a lot. Whitebeard's voice came, the so-called three great disasters. Let's still go to hell to reunite. The domineering and fierce blade pierced through the queen, then ended the rotation force, carried the body, and shot out backwards. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the saber forcefully pinned the queen to the ground. In a moment, countless rocks and soil flew out, and in an instant, a bottomless pit appeared. But the queen below the sword had already lost all hope of life and could not die again. The three greatest queens of the world, killed by Whitebeard in an instant. The one who just declared that he wanted to kill Whitebeard was Kadu's powerful revenge queen, but was instantly killed by Whitebeard. The queen passed by. Countless pirates had no strength to fight back, but before they could even get close to Whitebeard, they were killed by the latter in an extremely domineering manner with a blade. Everyone was stunned. For a moment, everyone looked towards Whitebeard with eyes that seemed to be seeing a god or demon, each revealing an incomparably shocked expression of fear. Is this the real strength of the Whitebeard? 32 punches to Kadu. One strike kills three great disasters. Kill. Suddenly, among the beast's pirates, someone suddenly roared angrily at Whitebeard and charged towards him. Captain Revenge. Thousands upon thousands of beast pirates roared in anger and simultaneously ignored their opponents and charged towards Whitebeard. Seemingly stimulated by the queen's death, or perhaps extremely loyal to Captain Kadu, each and every beast's pirates, all eyes red, carrying endless anger, killed towards Whitebeard. Count in thousands of us. Can't we even kill a Whitebeard? There are angry pirates. Self-supporting beast pirates pirate group. Retired. But at this moment, a streak of crimson lightning suddenly flashed from the queen's body and shot towards the person who had just spoken. This person is a powerful existence of a dangerous level. Maybe in this flash. His whole body rapidly turned back, his body moving left and right to dodge. Wanting to dodge that terrifying red lightning. Exactly. His speed, how can it compete with Whitebeard's sword speed? The red lightning flashed for just a blink of an eye, and immediately killed this great pirate of a dangerous level. In a moment, fresh blood fell like heavy rain. The cold blood carried with it like a raging rain fell on the faces of many beast pirates who rushed towards Whitebeard. Almost at the same time, all the beast pirates' faces changed greatly, becoming pale and powerless. Everyone, don't be afraid. Just kill Whitebeard. That's the victory of our beast's pirates. A great pirate of the level of a great calamity stood out and let out a loud roar. The heavens and earth shook. Countless waves rolled out, and the earth's surface was filled with countless ice and snow. Dust and dirt rose up from the sky. The scene was extremely exaggerated and terrifying. This is a truly terrible pirate. In the beast pirates, there is also an extraordinary calling. As this person roared angrily, the originally fearful beast's pirates, as if greatly encouraged, instantly overcame their fear and revealed a desperate, life-threatening crazy expression. Counted in thousands of pirates, they all ran towards Whitebeard. The situation is extremely vast. Kill, kill, kill. Beast pirates group scream. The Whitebeard pirates pirate group also made the strongest counterattack. However, this crazy beast pirates group still broke through the formation, and thousands of pirates simultaneously attacked Whitebeard. Boom! Like a tsunami of the apocalypse. Countless screams of killing, countless roars of anger, countless desperate charges shook the heavens and earth, suddenly attacking towards Whitebeard. All of you opponents are just me. Facing thousands of pirates, Whitebeard was not afraid at all, and even let loose and shouted loudly, "Kill you all. I alone am enough." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a blade that transformed into an element suddenly appeared in Whitebeard's hand. Whitebeard suddenly clasped his hands together. The overbearing and peerless blade turned downwards, directly creating a fierce and boundless storm. Move 1. Storm appears. Second move. The violent storm swept away the entire earth and sky, and in the distance the sea surface was churned up with terrifying waves. 3 turns. 9 turns. The storm tore the clouds in the sky apart, and countless rocks and ice and snow rolled up from the ground, carrying with them an extremely terrifying destructive force. In an instant, all the 100 beast pirates who were charging at their own risk were blown away. Counted in the thousands of pirates, a huge and violent storm arose. Within the dragon whirlwind, Thousands of pirates cried out in fear, but their voices were destined to receive no response. No matter how they struggled desperately, it was useless. Boom. Suddenly, in the midst of a violent storm, a terrifying flame suddenly arose, evolves into a flame that can burn all. Storm. AAA. A miserable scream came from the firestorm. It was the pirates who had just declared that they wanted to kill Whitebeard. Heartbroken with miserable screams, the fierce fire mercilessly burned them all to pieces, counted in thousands. The beast pirates. No exceptions. All burned to death. Whitebeard alone. vs beast pirates with tens of thousands of pirates. Just one move. The beast pirates. A group of pirates who were charging to their deaths were instantly wiped out by Whitebeard. This is Whitebeard's terrible place. Such a massive scene made all the pirates in the distance stunned. Each one was scared to the point of widening their eyes and gaping mouths. One person alone fights tens of thousands of people. Such a heart-shaking scene. I'm afraid even the strongest existence on this sea would feel shocked and unimaginable, right? Especially that fire. The storm made countless pirates become more and more agitated, terrified, too terrifying. On the East Island, those pirates who had not yet rushed towards Whitebeard at this moment saw Whitebeard's side, a wave of flames sweeping the heavens and earth, devouring everything. The terrifying flames of the 8 desolates were burning fiercely. Storm. Every single person's complexion turned gloomy. Their legs felt like they were going limp. Cold sweat was flowing. Even their bodies started to tremble. God. Whitebeard. He's not a human. He's a god. He's a demon. Run away. The remaining beast pirates, all of them were scared and cried out. Began to run away frantically, thinking of escaping from the East Island. Escaping to Whitebeard's place, escaping from the terrifying shadow that was enveloped by Whitebeard. The originally motivated beast pirates at this moment were completely scared out of their wits by Whitebeard's move. But no one dared to say anything about Whitebeard's team taking action. Such a ridiculous idea and stupid words. This fleeing person even has that 637th level great pirate just now. Even such a powerful pirate at this moment was completely scared out of his wits. He is also running away madly. Just how will Whitebeard give him a chance? In hand, the knife, suddenly thrown out. Almost in an instant, the elemental blade changed direction with terrifying speed, turning into red lightning, piercing through the air, instantly shooting down this great pirate of a dangerous level. At this moment, the entire Beast Pirates crew had only one thought in mind: run, run, run. Whitebeard took on one enemy, 10,000, and won without fighting. This kind of overwhelming kingly aura scared the hell out of all the Beast Pirates, not daring to fight again. Exactly. Whitebeard pirates are the most jealous. They had their formation broken by the Beast Pirates once, and they absolutely will not allow their formation to be broken a second time. Cannot reveal any enemies. Kill them all. Destroy the Beast Pirates. This moment, the entire Whitebeard pirates unleash their final terrifying power. The remaining pirates of the Beast Pirates will not have a single lucky escape. All will be quickly killed, not leaving any living witnesses. Just like the original Beast Pirates massacred the town, the Whitebeard pirates massacred the entire Beast Pirates. Fight again to enter the climax. From the Whitebeard pirates. The Beast Pirates are at their peak. Finally, the blood, completely boiling. Extremely fierce slashing is continuously happening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a thunderclap. Heavy breathing sounds came from Kadu's deep pit. King of Beasts Kadu is not dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Extremely intense and severe screeching sounds showed that Kadu suffered extremely terrifying injuries. That thunder-like explosion resounded in the clouds, and the sound of breathing caused all the people who heard the sound to tremble. Kadu, not dead. Seeing such a scene, the pirates were all shocked. No one thought that the beast Kadu, whose body was crushed, would actually still be alive. Really? No matter what, you won't kill him. Was crushed by Whitebeard's 32 divine fists, and yet, still alive. This is the powerful life force of the King of Beasts Kadu, an immortal existence. Could it be that this is truly unkillable? Everyone was terrified. Kadu? He's alive. And those who escaped from the Beast Pirates were all mentally shocked. They wanted to stop and run away, turn around and open a path of blood, and meet with their captain Kadu. Kill them all. A female-clad, majestic Sir Crocodile suddenly let out a long scream, and a sandstorm filled the sky in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. The Whitebeard pirates were not affected by Kadu at all. Each and every one of them let out a loud roar, carrying with them an extremely passionate blood, launching the final battle to kill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kadu was like a god or demon, crawling out from the deep pit of the earth. His enormous body was bleeding profusely. But on Kadu's body, those 16 fist marks, along with those 16 bloody holes. Weren't there any huge wounds that would make anyone's face change color? Whitebeard, I will personally, completely destroy you. Kadu didn't care about his own injuries at all. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. Even while he was talking, blood was flowing out of his big mouth. Those bloody holes are not cheap things. They are real good things. Want to kill me? Whitebeard strode forward, chest high, walking towards Kadu's place. Whitebeard's voice connected heaven and earth. You can only wait until the next life. Now you only have one way, death. Poof. Whitebeard made his move, and Kadu's blood gushed out like a fountain. Kadu, receive death. Whitebeard's voice was like red thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Whitebeard's crazy attack, he entered the heavy rain and hit Basho like crazy, hitting Kadu, each time sending a trail of blood flying. Crackle. But at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The gale instantly became fierce. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Lightning streaked across the horizon, illuminating the heavens and earth. Then came the deafening sound of thunder and lightning. The wind, rain, and lightning were fierce, destroying the heavens and earth. One of the 4 emperors, the strongest creature of the sea and the earth, the king of beasts. Kadu, leave me. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The sky was dark and oppressive to the extreme, giving people an invisible feeling of oppression. The so-called immortal Yonko Kadu, under such a terrifying atmosphere, completely lost his life. Boom. A silver lightning streaked across the horizon, illuminating the heavens and earth. That Whitebeard, that god demon's-like muscular body underscore shining. The other hand in the saber stance, even under the silver lightning shining below, appeared to be incomparably shocking to people's hearts. At the knife position below, it was Kadu's corpse. Blood was gushing out like a pillar. Fresh blood dyed the ground red everywhere. Under the silver light, it was extremely dazzling. Noisy. At this moment, everyone was completely in an uproar. Seeing the king of beasts Kadu die, this in itself is a shocking thing. Dying under Whitebeard's domineering blade, dying under such a thundercloud-filled, lightning-ravaged atmosphere. It makes people tremble deep into their souls. Kadu is dead. Whitebeard. 32 divine punches shattered Kadu, 12 tyrannical slashes, completely beheaded Kadu. There are people who are so amazed, they seem to feel their souls tremble together. This makes people's eyes tremble with terror. This makes people feel fear in their hearts. This makes people's blood boil with passion. In such a situation where people's bloodline swelled, the Whitebeard pirates once again erupted, with extremely intense screams of killing. The Whitebeard pirates killed the entire beast's pirates. Leave no legacy. This is Whitebeard before the battle started. He had already set the rules. Towards the enemy. The Whitebeard pirates do not need to show mercy, do not leave behind any future troubles, to avoid the spring breeze blowing and rebirth, endless future troubles. Wow, wow, wow. Whitebeard pulled out a sword from Kadu's body. Kadu's blood had already dried up. His body was extremely large, like a huge mountain. Dad. Marco waited for the captain's turn. And a bunch of people were also seriously injured, but at this time, they were all extremely excited, circling around Whitebeard. Whitebeard waved his hand to stop them, signaling everyone to be quiet. He stomped his feet and walked towards the stretcher that was being carried by the medics, the Golden Lion, the Count, and the others who were seriously injured and almost dead. Can still survive? Whitebeard sat down, reached out to grab the Golden Lion, and spoke in a low voice. Kim Su-tu was not dead, but almost dead. Unless it was the heaven-defying technique, otherwise, there was no way to save him. He fought 2 great pirates one-on-one, fighting alone, and managed to cut off a queen's thigh. This was already a heaven-defying strength. Almost died on the spot. After being rescued by the medical team, it was only a temporary delay in death, but could not prolong life. There was not the slightest trace of sadness or regret on Kim Su-tu's face. He spoke with a resolute expression to destroy the incomparable Kadu. This battle, even if it meant sacrificing one's life, would not be considered a loss of face. Everyone could not help but tremble. Following Whitebeard. Being able to witness Whitebeard's father write a letter to this era. Enough to be proud of. It's just death. Why be sad? At this time, Count Chao Hong's blood also opened his mouth. He just opened his mouth. Fresh blood immediately flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. Made him cough violently. Following father, writing this era. Even if it means losing yourself, it's still worth being proud of. The more seriously injured pirate, the more determined and resolute he spoke. These Whitebeard pirates' pirate group, without regret, followed Whitebeard to fight without regret, even if it meant death. Fresh Flower Bridge. The originally cold-hearted Whitebeard couldn't help but become tense. Deep inside it was like something was touched, like the Whitebeard pirates. Perhaps I can find a way to save them. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Trafalgar Law walked over. He spoke very seriously. Death to the surgical biomedical. Trafalgar Law, the pirates exclaimed. Law had already joined the battlefield, but his heart pirates, in such a terrifying battlefield, really couldn't be of much use, so it didn't attract much attention. Now stand up. Trafalgar Law's brilliant medical skills even saved Luffy from near death. Whitebeard nodded. Time was of the essence, and the rescue was urgent. Without much explanation, under Whitebeard's orders, the medical team brought the heavily wounded and nearly dead pirates from Kin Su 2 to Trafalgar. Law's pirate ship was undergoing treatment. Father. Just a moment later, Marco flew back from the depths of the East Island. He had just made a trip, and Marco's expression seemed a little excited. A tall treasure tree. Adam, it's huge. Enough for us to build a pirate ship bigger than Moby Dick. Everyone could not help but become flustered, eyes shining. This is the battle that will be won. Ha ha ha. Father. I discovered countless treasures and wealth in Kadu's lair. This person is far more abundant than we imagined. The people who followed Marco back to the pirates reported in a hurry. Father. I discovered a very special object. The Ice Witch said seriously, the red signpost. Historical text. Recorded, Raftel, last 4 points are all red, called Historical Roadmap. Red Cheese Stone Historical Roadmap in the world, a total of 4 blocks. Each piece of red cheese stone records a point. When knowing the location of these, on the map connect the 4 points. In the center appears the last island, Raftel. The Great Secret Treasure, 1 piece. The main historical text is the greatest unsolved mystery in the history of pirates, unclear for 100 years. Not only that, historical texts also have an inseparable relationship with ancient weapons. Chuan Ekazan, as a sailor who loved Whitebeard, was naturally interested in the unsolved pirate mystery. But his interest was limited, and he immediately said, just finish the main history of 49-7, and it will be fine. No need to worry too much. Everything is up to your father. Boy nodded and said, speaking of the victory, everyone couldn't help but look towards the completely dead Kadu. Thank goodness father created a miracle and killed Kadu. Otherwise, this battle would have been dangerous. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. This earth-shattering battle, when it entered its final stage, a world-shattering change occurred. The underground world of the Beast pirates returned. Several major pirates joined, forcing the Whitebeard pirates into a desperate situation. Fortunately, Whitebeard finally killed Kadu and raised his hand to kill a major disaster, resolving the crisis and killing a bloodthirsty pirate from a desperate situation. Finally destroyed the Beast pirates. Father, are you okay? Each pirate could not help but ask kindly. Especially Marco, who was waiting for a group of team leaders, swallowed his saliva. They wanted to ask their father first whether he was injured or not, but they knew that their father had a strong and domineering personality. Even if he was injured, he would not say anything. No problem. Whitebeard waved his hand. After fighting Kadu, his body's blood and energy were surging. Too much was consumed. He also endured Kadu's crazy attacks, so he was naturally seriously injured. However, with the system in his body, after the battle ended, Whitebeard directly consumed his emotional value and healed his injuries. Everyone is still not too confident. Not only is Dad fine, his body is better than any of us. The boatman opened his mouth and spoke tremblingly. As the top doctor, he naturally wouldn't say anything wrong. Everyone could not help but tremble. He secretly praised his father's body. It was truly terrifying, no matter it was strength or recovery ability. It far surpassed everyone else. That is fine, then rest assured. Marco looked at Kadu's giant body like a god or demon. How do we deal with this person? Kadu, let him take it here. This Dong Dao is his grave. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. This island's weather and environment he is not very fond of, although occupying, will not live on this island. Looking at Kadu, whose body was crushed by himself and whose flesh was pierced through, still standing proudly, Whitebeard decided that on this icy and snowy eastern island, he would probably eventually turn into a stone statue. As for the others, throw them all into the ocean. No hesitation. The remaining Whitebeard pirates, open to collect the fruits of victory and handle the battlefield work. The beast pirates were destroyed. This news shocked the whole world and quickly spread throughout the world. The whole world was in an uproar. Whitebeard returned domineeringly, powerfully ascending to the top of the four emperors, carrying an invincible aura, sweeping away the four emperors and then beheaded the four emperor Kadu. This time, he really directly destroyed a four emperors pirate gang. Completely destroy the beast pirates. And Whitebeard in this earth-shattering battle displayed terrifying strength, causing the entire world to tremble. Create miracles? Or not? Miracles cannot describe how powerful Whitebeard is. Bring the self-proclaimed immortal, suicidal Kadu, to struggle to break the ice, alive and well, and behead him. What a heart-shaking event this is. If Kadu knew the result of fighting Whitebeard would be death, who knows if he would commit suicide? New World. In a certain sea area, the Red Hair Pirates' pirate ship was sailing at full speed. Their target was Dong Dao. Maybe. Following. The Red Hair Pirates received the latest news. Whitebeard versus Kadu. Whitebeard Pirates versus Beast Pirates. This earth-shattering battle has ended. It's over so quickly. Many of the Red Hair Pirates were shocked. They are all four emperors. Naturally, they know best. How terrifying is the battle between four emperors? In their impression, this kind of battle, even if it continued for several months, would not be strange. It was absolutely unexpected that this battle, within a few short days, 4.0 would completely end. The battle ended too quickly. Red-haired Shanks was also slightly shocked. He was considered to be one of the few people in this vast ocean who had relatively strong Whitebeard, but at this moment he was also alarmed. He sighed and said, Whitebeard killed Kadu, and the beast's pirates were completely destroyed. Moreover, in such a short period of time. Unbelievable. Let the red hair, such a calm to terrifying character, say the four words, unimaginable, can imagine, this battle result, in the end, how shocking people's hearts. The chubby chicken legs were all surprised and opened their ears wide. Captain, are we still going to Dong Island? New World. New Navy headquarters. Because the distance to Dong Dao was too far, Whitebeard hated Akainu very much, so he chose to silently face it this time, not participating in this battle. Even this old man can't help but be surprised. Akainu stood by the window, looking into the distance, which was the direction of the East Island. Whitebeard awe. To be able to behead Kadu in such a short time. Could it be that you can really pull it back? The reason why Akainu chose to give up this plan was because he felt that the Whitebeard pirates were not the Beast's pirates' opponents. As a result, Whitebeard had beheaded Kadu in a very short period of time, and the Whitebeard pirates had exterminated the Beast's pirates. Secondly, the island established by the Navy headquarters was a bit far away from the East Island. By the time they arrived, it would probably take at least a month, and the battle would have ended long ago. Akainu couldn't help but think of the summit battle, that 11 slashes, cutting down thousands of elite Whitebeard Marines. That Black Moon Whitebeard. The man pulled back again. Before a generation of Navy Admiral Sengoku designed the summit war, spared Whitebeard's life, but did not think the Whitebeard pirates would escape. 1 year later now, Whitebeard returned with a strong force. Akainu, as the marshal, faced Whitebeard for the second time, but found himself once again in a passive position. Never gaining any advantage in Whitebeard's hands. Must think of a way to eliminate Whitebeard, otherwise the future troubles will be endless. Akainu felt a headache. The Golden City attack could be said to be a heaven-sent opportunity, occupying absolute advantage over the Navy, but the final result was still defeat. The loss was unprecedented in history. Thinking of this, Akainu felt uncomfortable. Sincerely, sir. There was a sudden knock on the door. Akainu frowned. Come in. A Marine rushed in and hurriedly reported, Marshal. Just received news from Branch C-652 asking for help. The Whitebeard pirates have besieged Base C-652. Boom. The coffee cup in Akainu's hand was instantly crushed. Countless glass scum flew out. Akainu's low voice filled with indignation rang out. Whitebeard pirates attacked C-652 base? C-652 base. That is an important naval base in the New World, a large-scale warship manufacturing base. Especially the Navy headquarters builds important naval warships bases. Strictly protected. Strong military force. But who would have thought that just after destroying the Beast pirates and Whitebeard pirates, they would choose this moment to attack G-652 base? This is the first time the Whitebeard pirates have officially launched an active attack signal to the Navy. What does Whitebeard want to do? Does he want to provoke our Navy? This is extremely arrogant. Lawless. Akainu's eyes became even more gloomy and terrifying. Whitebeard. Along with the Whitebeard pirates, it seems like they really don't want to live. Akainu stood up, his eyes filled with boiling lava, looking like he was about to spit fire. The one who came to report the news of the Navy, seeing Akainu's eyes, couldn't help but tremble all over. A wave of fear naturally arose. Very good. Whitebeard pirates. Then prepare for all-out war. Akainu said with a gloomy gaze. Can be patient but cannot be forbearing. Even Akainu absolutely did not expect that Whitebeard would be so arrogant as to attack an important naval base. How bold! This undoubtedly gave Akainu the killing intent he had decided on. Begin to prepare for full-scale war. Akainu this time can be said to be true anger. He decided, this time launch all forces. Summon the Four Seas Navy, prepare a complete strategy, want to forcefully destroy the Whitebeard pirate crew. Not simply a simple military action, but a once-in-history large-scale anti-piracy military action. Very fast. The news of the Whitebeard pirates taking the initiative to attack the naval base spread, once again bringing about an explosive topic to the world. How many years? Never before has a pirate crew taken the initiative to attack and occupy a naval base. Whitebeard pirates do. Strongly attack and occupy an important naval base, build important warships base. Very fast. There are 127 shocking news coming out. The Whitebeard pirates took the world's largest treasure tree, Adam, from the Beast's pirates. Not only that, the Whitebeard pirates also blatantly attacked and occupied a naval base. For the moment, the whole world was in an uproar. The Whitebeard pirates not only destroyed the Beast's pirates, but also forcefully occupied important naval military bases. This makes the whole world shocked. Whitebeard is too powerful and domineering. First kill the ant. Then kill Kaido. Now attack the naval base. As expected of Whitebeard. Such a big event. I'm afraid that other than Whitebeard, there is no second man who dares to be so domineering and powerful. Each pirate was shaken. No one thought that the Whitebeard pirates who had destroyed the Beast pirates would, just a few days later, before they had fully recovered, take the initiative to launch an attack on the naval base. This is a provocation to the world government. This is a provocation to the Navy. The world can't help but sigh. Only Whitebeard would be so domineering. The wind and rain want to come to Huamanlu. For a moment, the entire New World was filled with an unstable and tense atmosphere. The Great War is coming. People are in shock. The Whitebeard pirates have moved to the East Island. Snow White, in the fierce battle after, the night full of purpose entered Dong Island, once again covered with a layer of snow. The cold ice and snow caused this frozen land to fall into a state of complete helplessness. This day, an ordinary-looking, yet extremely imposing pirate ship entered the east. Boom! The pirate ship stirred up the waves crashed against the East Island's shore, emitting waves of sound, splashing onto the shore, and in an extremely short time, the water froze. This was the best image of the East Island left after the war. Pedal, pedal, pedal. A group of people jumped down from the deck of the ship and fell onto the icy ground. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they fell into deep white snow. This group of people, with a one-armed middle-aged man with an eternal smile on his face as the leader. It was after a long time at sea that the red-hair pirates came from behind. So cold! Catching the fat green hat as soon as it fell to the ground, he couldn't help but tremble. Yasopp teased. You have thick skin and fat flesh. Are you still afraid of the cold? Following, everyone raised their heads. Leading into their eyelids was that Kadu died without falling giant body. Cannot help but be confused because it vibrates. Good giant body. A godlike demon-like figure at this moment was completely frozen, a layer of solid ice, condensing this giant body that was even more shocking than the giant race, covering this stone statue. Shocking. What makes people even more shocked is that on Kadu's body, there are fist marks and bloody holes. A total of 16 deep fist prints. 16 terrifying bloody holes. Even though the corpse had already stiffened and was frozen, the terrifying scars, fist marks, and blood holes still shocked people's hearts, making people involuntarily think of the terrifying scene of Whitebeard imprinting these scars on Kadu's body. What a terrible destructive force. I advised you, don't go and provoke Whitebeard. Red Hair raised his head, looking at Kadu's corpse, the gentle expression of a man of 10,000 years. Couldn't help but reveal a bit of shock. Whitebeard can come back to life, especially with such a simple appearance. Red Hair said nothing more. He once again restored his facial expression. Always a gentle person, always easy to get along with, completely unable to see the status and aura of a strong person. But this kind of gentle person is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Rumor has it that the Conqueror's haki has increased to its strongest level. No one knows how terrifying his true strength is. Many people looked down on him, and many challenged him. But as a result, his 4th emperor's position was still as strong as it was terrifying. This man whose face was hoarse from manipulation is indeed a man. His true strength can truly be listed as one of the pirate world's 10 great unsolved mysteries. Let's go. Red Hair turned around. He tightly put on his clothes with one hand. Did not go to see Kadu's body and boarded the pirate ship. Fatty face full of constipation color. So far run here. Do nothing, now go? Yasop kicked the fat man. Do you still want to stay here for the night with Kadu? Let's go. You can take it away. The Whitebeard pirates have already taken it all away. Except for this corpse. Red Hair had already boarded the deck. Only then did he turn around and speak to everyone. The Red Hair pirates came without anyone knowing, but when they left, they were seen. The Red Hair pirates left not after that. On the shore, Absalom's transparent body returned to normal. Ack! The freezing temperature couldn't help but make him sneeze, followed by a shiver. So cold, damn it. Why did the Red Hair pirates suddenly appear here? Made me stay on the shore and freeze for so long. Absalom raised his head to look at the towering Kadu's corpse. His heart trembled, but his face was filled with joy. He muttered, finally this trip was not in vain. Kadu's corpse is indeed here. Hook up the phone. Very fast. A maniacal laughter came from the other end of the phone. He. Kadu's body. Perfect. Not long after, there is a pirate crew passing through East Island. Shocking discovery. On the vast snow and ice, there were 2 rows of extremely large footprints. Even if it was ice and snow, it could not be called these heavy large footprints covering everything. Just like the footprints left by gods and demons. Kadu. Body missing. Yes, good. This news quickly exploded in the New World. Could it be that Kadu is like Whitebeard, coming back to life from the dead? Someone said in surprise. How is that possible? In this world, not everyone can be like Whitebeard. This point is met with a lot of opposition. Possibility. It's the Shadow Fruit ability user, Moonlight Moria, who did it. He stole Kadu's body. Finally, someone said so emotionally. One stone stirs up huge waves. For a moment, countless pirates became agitated. Moonlight Moria. Steal Kadu's body. What does he want to do? Recently, around this time, Akainu has been busy as hell. Because of the Whitebeard pirates incident, all sorts of events followed one another, causing the Marines to become even more confused. It had been several days since Whitebeard captured the naval base. The more calm Akainu became, the less he was like before. And instead of rushing towards the front lines to fight Whitebeard in anger, he began to continuously deploy military forces, truly beginning to plan a world-shaking operation. Since the last time the Golden City siege of Whitebeard failed, Akainu's reputation in the hearts of the Navy had really fallen a lot, which brought Akainu a lot of trouble. But Akainu became more calm and composed. His scheming and cunning were approaching Sengoku's back then. His scheming was serious, his cunning were powerful. Akainu was more terrifying than Sengoku. It was his viciousness and his power that made him resound. The East Sea's forces are the weakest. However, we still need to withdraw our forces and work for me. Akainu in the previous martial after had personally arranged through the 4 major sea pirate statistics. Although consumed a lot of human resources, material resources, and financial resources, but the effect was very obvious, the 4 sea pirates, if there was any movement. Akainu could also very easily get 150 news, and the recent news shows the result. Since the return of the powerful Whitebeard pirates, no matter whether it was the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, or the 4 major sea regions, pirates have all flooded into the New World. This made the 4 seas pirates' forces become weaker. Akainu also took the opportunity to let the 4 seas navy carry out a large-scale frenzy of pirate extermination operations and achieved relatively obvious results. Like this. The 4 seas navy's forces were free to go out. Not only that, Akainu also issued a death order after the failure of the Golden City incident. Whether it was the Navy headquarters or the 4 sea branches, they must all begin large-scale mobilization. This is the second large-scale mobilization after the first Summit War. The original Navy suffered heavy losses and received huge reinforcements. Even though a large number of pirates flooded into the New World after that, the 4 seas Marines forces were idle and came out. Akainu still gave strict orders, must mobilize on a large scale. Large-scale mobilization, the military expenditure can be imagined, how terrifying. Naturally, there were quite a few people who opposed it, up to Lieutenant General. Down to third-class miscellaneous soldiers, there were quite a few people who opposed it. There were quite a few Marines who could not understand Akainu's ideas. This is also the terrifying Akainu after that, said one without equal. Even if the headquarters did not lack voices opposing him, he was still strong and resounding. Able to suppress everyone's discussions. Destroy the action, loot the pirate crew's assets, fight to nurture the war, openly encourage. No matter how the world sees it. Akainu still acts autocratically, and now has obtained extremely dazzling results, unprecedentedly powerful naval force. And one time, Akainu even summoned the entire Navy force to the New World for his use. He wants to carry out large-scale military action in history. Destroy the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, many of the anti-Akainu Marines just woke up. Satoru saw Akainu's fear from afar. Akainu had long begun to arrange this large-scale operation. Even if it weren't for the Whitebeard pirates' attempt to capture the naval base, Akainu would still be at his peak, launching this large-scale military operation. Reporting to Marshal. Just received MT-125 base urgent request for help. Just as Akainu was about to call out the order over the phone, a messenger soldier rushed over. He was so anxious that he even forgot to salute Akainu and hurriedly said, MT-125 base is the New World's naval base, the most powerful military base. Even compared to the Whitebeard pirates occupying base C-652, it is still many times stronger. Just the headquarters lieutenant general level powerhouses, there are about 4 of them. The devil really has the ability, and there are more than a dozen of them. There are also a few powerful people who have shown their talent and are somewhat famous as supernovas in the New World. Urgent request for information again? Unexpected, very unexpected. MT-125 base? Akainu let go of the small phone in his hand, frowning. What happened again? Don't tell me. It's the Whitebeard pirates up to something again. Return to the Marshal. Just received urgent news. MT-125 base encountered the most serious attack in history. It's not the Whitebeard pirates, but the King of Beasts, Kaido. This messenger's face was full of shock as he reported. Even he himself did not quite believe this news. Kaido is dead. How can I raid MT-125 base? Kaido? Akainu raised his eyebrows. MT-125 base was attacked. This made him very upset. Troublesome things really come one after another. He could clearly know that Kaido had died at Whitebeard's hands. But with Whitebeard resurrected in front, Akainu also misunderstood. Are you sure it's Kaido himself? Or is it the remaining beasts pirates? There is no such thing as resurrection. This kind of ability is like cabbage. Can it be sold wholesale? Confirmed that Kaido attacked MT-125 base. Not waiting for the messenger to reply, a loud voice rang out, followed by a tall, sturdy old man wearing a dog hat walking over. Lieutenant General Garp. The messenger body was fixed. Hurriedly saluted. The person who came was the Navy hero Garp, who had disappeared with Whitebeard after the Great War, but was actually chased down to the Navy warship Kobe and saved using his observation hockey. But Garp was seriously injured and lost an arm. For Iron Fist Garp, this was definitely a devastating disaster. Even though Garp's injuries have completely healed, he is unable to return to battle on the high seas again. He can only hold a position similar to a trainer in the Navy headquarters, training new recruits. Only one arm remained of Garp, the other side had a fierce scar, showing the initial dangerous battle with Whitebeard. With the brink of life and death saved, Garp still maintained the same comfort as before. He grinned. No need to call me Lieutenant General anymore. Call me Uncle Garp, or Inspector is fine. The messenger's body shook, and the worship in his eyes grew even more fervent. Lord Garp, again. Driving so recklessly, underscores so easy to get close to. Even when he encountered that level of injury, Lord Garp was still able to maintain his composure, truly worthy of being a Marine hero. Garp didn't look at the messenger soldier with a face full of admiration, but turned his head to look at Akainu, raising his voice and saying, "It's the Paramecia-type shadow fruit ability user. Moonlight Moria, who stole Kadu's body. That abolished King Xia Shichibukai, Moonlight Moria?" Akainu had a very good impression of the so-called weakest king of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before the summit, he specially held a roundtable conference to abolish Gecko Moria's title as the king of the 7 warlords of the sea. In Akainu's impression, that Moria guy is weak. Not worth mentioning. As for the Paramecia shadow fruit ability, Akainu still doesn't understand much. He only knows that that useless Moria has a branch that looks like a zombie army in Akainu's eyes like a weakling. Didn't think such a useless person would steal Kadu's body. Akainu has been busy making plans to deal with Whitebeard recently, so he didn't get any news regarding Moria in advance. On the contrary, Garp got some related news. Fuck. This kind of trash dares to ride on the Navy's head to shit. It seems that the Navy's silence is making those pirates more and more arrogant. Akainu's face turned slightly black. He was labeled a waste by him, but he controlled Kadu's corpse and destroyed an important naval base. This is like being bitten by an ordinary mosquito and ending up with a nasty case of bird flu. Let Ryakuji go kill that useless Moria. Akainu took a deep breath and then decided to speak. Garp shook his head without any problem. You see for yourself. I came here for one more thing. In the new world far away, originally the strongest naval force base, such a large island, was now a mess, filled with gunpowder smoke. The buildings had long been completely destroyed, all collapsed on the ground and became ruins. Military bases, firepower, were all uprooted. Artillery and these were also not destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. For Navy base officers, Lieutenant General rank, were engaged in a fierce battle on the island. Hehehe. A particularly dignified laughter, sharp and piercing, penetrated through the smoke of battle and entered the ears of many still struggling Marines. Gecko Moria's 6-meter-tall demonic body appeared in the sight of many Marines. Moria spoke, revealing an arrogant and unrestrained smile. Kadu enjoy the battle feast to the fullest. He exterminate all Marines. Boom, boom, boom. Kadu's body full of holes, expressionless, launched an extremely fierce attack. Terrifying destructive power, ruthlessly destroying the stubbornly resisting Marine group. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. For powerful Lieutenant General base officers. Finally died in Kadu's hands. He's so comfortable, eh? It's been a long time since I've felt this happy, eh? Gecko Moria laughed like crazy. That year his pirate crew was destroyed by Kadu's group, except for him who managed to escape in a miserable manner. The rest of the crew were all exterminated. Unexpectedly. Feng Shui Wheel of Changes. Today Gecko Moria obtained Kadu's corpse. Control Kadu to fight. How refreshing is this? Still have to thank Whitebeard. Moria's mouth cracked open like a demon, extremely similar to a little devil, with Kadu's body. In this world, who else can stop me, Moria, from starting my steps? Hehehe. Moria expands. He claimed that after obtaining Kadu's body, in this world, except for Whitebeard, there was no one who could be his opponent. If it were possible to get a real ability user's shadow, then how perfect would it be? Moria thought like that. Thinking back, he was a little excited. On the contrary, I am already invincible. Unlike now, I have already captured a real demonic ability user. Cut his shadow down. fuse with Kadu's corpse. At that time, even if it is Whitebeard, it will not be this old man's opponent. The more he thought about it, the more Moria grew. He felt that very soon he would be able to surpass Whitebeard, become famous throughout the world, and become the strongest existence in the Grand Line, the Pirate King. Thinking back, I still get a little excited. Choose someone? Devils are indeed ability users. Of course the Logia type is the strongest, however, the Paramecia type is not weak either. Obtaining the shadow of a true demon ability user. Moria can then use this revolutionary shadow move to obtain the same ability as a true demon ability user. Let Kadu's ability once again achieve crazy increase. Moria, you are too pushy. Just then, a low voice suddenly came from the island shore, terrifying sound waves like vibrations stirring. Follow. A strong and muscular man rushed over, stepping on Jeppo. Huh? Moria was shocked, turned his head to look. His eyes couldn't help but twist. He didn't recognize the person who came, but he could feel an aura from the person who came that was not inferior to the Navy headquarters general. Big will not be able to small. 550. Probe. Expanding Moria also for safety reasons. Jumped to Kadu's corpse shoulder, this time looked towards the person coming. Who are you? Navy headquarters general. The person who came had a voice like thunder, and when he opened his mouth, it buzzed. Each word was like an explosion. You can call me Ryakuja. Mysterious new Navy headquarters Admiral Ryakuju? Moria's eyes lit up, not afraid but happy. Even looking towards Ryakuju, his eyes were shining. You're a real devil fruit ability user? Ryakuji's eyes revealed disgust. You really are reckless. Someone brought me a pillow when I fell asleep. It's perfect. The shadow of the Navy headquarters general. I'm about to be the world champion. Moria laughed loudly, his expression growing even more arrogant. Boom. Ryakuju attacks with extreme power. No nonsense. Charged straight into Moria. The entire giant body, like the head of the Bull Demon King. Extremely terrifying destructive force, tearing the air. Countless white vortexes of air behind Ryakuju stirred. His speed was abnormally terrifying. Not only does it have terrifying power, it also has supernatural speed. Such strength, not ashamed of the title of general. Perhaps Moria saw Ryakuju so powerful, not only did he not have any worries, but on the contrary, he revealed a look of joy. Heaven's will, no one can stop me from changing my invincible steps. No one can stop Moria's expansion. Boom. Moria under Kadu's feet suddenly launched an attack. Let's fight a terrifying battle together with Ryakuju. The air was torn apart piece by piece, beaten into a vacuum. Countless ruins of buildings were buried in the battle and turned into dust, no longer existing. The rocks and soil were sent flying everywhere, shooting out into the distance. For a moment, rocks and soil were scattered all over the sky. The loud sound, like a thunderclap exploding from the sky, resounded throughout the entire island base. Squeak, squeak. Horrible cracks continuously appeared on the island as the battle continued. Each deep pit with an unrecognizable bottom was formed by the sounds of fighting and explosions. The entire island was shaking violently, like a terrible earthquake. No! Because the shadow isn't strong enough, it feels like Kadu can't beat Ryakuju. Moria had already escaped and jumped onto a half-tilted building. He let Kadu fight with Ryakuju himself. As the battle continued, he could feel more and more that under the suppression of Ryakuju's powerful strength, Kadu was at a disadvantage, completely relying on his physical body's strong instincts to fight. That's not what Moria wants. If it was him, break Ryakuju, capture Ryakuju, and snatch Ryakuju's shadow. It seems that only by using me can I unleash that move. Moria lost to Luffy later. Participated in the Summit War, was almost eliminated by Doflamingo, escaped to the New World later, desperately explored the Shadow Fruit in that year. Explored a powerful move Shadow Combined Attack. He was confident that as long as he cooperated with Kadu's corpse, he could bring out his most newly developed ultimate move and use it to the limit. So first, I will definitely be the champion. Moria let out a long, proud scream. Follow. Moria's shadow, split from his body, was exactly the same black as him. Moria. Suddenly, shadows rushed out from the ruins of the building, crazily rushing into Moria's shadow. Moria's strongest move before. The shadow gathers. Countless dense shadows he had previously stripped and cut them from the Marines, originally wanting to use them to strengthen the zombie army. Approximately 1,000 shadows, all madly rushed towards Moria's shadow, and Moria's shadow was at an extremely exaggerated speed, continuously raising itself up. Almost in a blink of an eye, it became a giant shadow clone like a giant. Still extending the shadow collection, the shadow clone is also continuously becoming larger. After arriving in the new world, Moria's strength was obviously many times greater than when he was in the Devil Triangle continent. Shadow gathering place. Let us go crazy enjoying the shadow revolution. Moria waved his arms and laughed loudly. At this moment, hearing his voice, Keidu suddenly burst out with a powerful punch, forcing Ryakuji back, then turned around and ran towards Moria. Just as Keidu was about to strike, an unimaginable scene happened. Only saw the same giant shadow as Keidu gathered, Moria's shadow clone, and merged into Keidu's body. Boom boom boom. The brand new Keidu, with every move of his hand and foot, had terrifying destructive power. With just one move under his feet, the Earth Slayers would crack. 3-0, this. Seeing such a scene, even the always calm and composed Ryakuji at this moment couldn't help but be shocked. This is the real battle, eh? Moria laughed loudly at this moment. He really had the qualifications to laugh loudly. That fire-like hair swayed as he laughed loudly. The two corners of his forehead also swayed. Moria smiled, revealing his boastful sharp teeth. Very majestic. Although this move consumes a lot of energy, the duration won't be too long. But it's enough to defeat you. Ryakuji, the shadow of the Navy headquarters admiral, belongs to me. Boom boom boom. The terrifying battle, the terrifying destructive force, the places where the zombie Keidu and Ryakuji passed by, were almost completely destroyed without a trace. The ground was covered with countless dense cracks. The buildings on the base island had long since ceased to exist. Moria used the ultimate combination move afterwards. The zombie Keidu's strength obtained an extremely terrifying increase. Even General Ryakuji was momentarily unable to resist, and was momentarily caught in a passive and negative situation. It can be seen that Moria was defeated by Luffy after he woke up. His strength compared to before had increased greatly. Although he still relied almost entirely on his demon fruit abilities, his physical skills only had a fighting strength of 5 scum. So even though the zombie Keidu completely restrained Ryakuji, Moria still didn't dare to personally step forward to deal with Ryakuji. But what the hell, at this time? Good luck exploded. During Keidu and Ryakuji's battle 713, the ground suddenly cracked open and seawater rushed in, just in time to pull Ryakuji into the rift in the stratum. Moria almost picked up a big bargain, quickly called out to his subordinates that there were no real ability users, twisted the sea tower stone handcuffs, and handcuffed Ryakuji. Navy headquarters General Shadow. What do you mean by perfect? This is perfect. Moria this time completely expanded. In Keidu's hand the corpse cut down the General's shadow. The strongest zombie is born. So happy. Moria was so excited that he waved his arms and legs, a perfect zombie subordinate, absolutely devoted, and also immortal, truly an invincible existence. I want to be the strongest in the world. Master, this kind of world champion is worth celebrating. I feel I should announce it to the whole world. Let the world know that Master is strong and invincible. Absalom, who had been hiding with a group of subordinates on the island outside, suggested with a face full of evil spirits. Yes! Moria strongly agreed with Absalom's suggestion. Must let the whole world know. I am invincible. Moria suddenly stopped, lowered his head, and asked, what can you do now to quickly let the whole world know my strength? Of course! As a freelance writer, the devil naturally had more ideas. Absalom's eyes rolled. Attack the Navy headquarters. Clank. Idiot. Moria grabbed the huge shadow of the scissors and suddenly knocked Absalom on the head, almost causing the person behind him to be knocked out. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Attacking the heavily guarded, fiercely armed Navy headquarters? Other people's naval tactics can also drag you to death. Absalom gritted his teeth and glared. If that doesn't work, then change another method. If Master hits me so hard, he'll knock my head off. Moria looked at Absalom with scissors above his head, and suddenly felt unlucky. Quickly say a good solution. Absalom suddenly punched a big inch and said with a smile, "There is a wonderful solution. Hasn't Master always wanted to defeat Whitebeard? Just right. This time we will go and challenge Whitebeard." However, the Whitebeard pirates have a lot of people, and there are also countless strong people. If Master wants to establish an invincible image, he must fight Whitebeard alone. I previously released the news in News of the World that the Master wanted to fight Whitebeard alone. Let the whole world know this news. Like this. If the Master goes to fight Whitebeard alone, the Whitebeard pirates will be embarrassed and won't interfere. Like this, first of all, the Master can smoothly fight and KO Whitebeard alone. Not only that, we can also invite some media to broadcast live reports. Perfect. Too perfect. Absalom finished speaking, even he believed it himself. He had seen the image of Moria defeating Whitebeard. Countless reporters and writers held the phone to interview Moria's image, as well as interviewing his only trusted Moria's image. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. This idea is quite good. Moria clapped his hands and praised, "You quickly go and report the news. More propaganda that I am invincible. I must go find Whitebeard." Navy C-652 base. This is a special island base in charge of building warships. On the island there are countless excellent shipwrights. It can be said that almost all the excellent shipwrights in the Navy are on this island. Favor. They are now captured by the Whitebeard pirates to build a super large pirate ship. Using the Atom Tree as material, a giant that can rampage through the new world, fearless of storms. A row of houses inside. Father, this is somewhat related to your report. Marco walked over. While enjoying a group of beautiful nurses examining his body, Whitebeard laughed and said, "That one wants to challenge me?" Marco was shocked. He hadn't even said anything yet. But his father already knew, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Father, your observation hockey, is it already this profound?" Whitebeard could not or would not nod. Marco's heart shook. As expected of his father, his three-color hockey had all increased to a terrifying level. "Father, Gecko Moria obtained Kadu's body, and also the shadow of the Navy Admiral Raikouju. He was made into the strongest zombie. He wants to challenge you." After recovering from his shock, Marco spoke seriously. "Oh!" Whitebeard had no problem killing himself with a bowl of good wine, letting the little nurses beside him check his body, and said with a smile, "That Moria bastard, he actually has such good luck. To hold the shadow of the next great general. Get the shadow of the general, is this good luck?" Father only felt surprised at the shadow of the Navy Admiral. There was no mention of Kadu's body. Marco's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked towards Whitebeard's father with even more admiration. He seemed to be thinking, "Father, all of this is it you?" Clack clack ha ha ha. The white crescent-shaped beard made people afraid to look at it. Whitebeard laughed, "You still understand. Just killing that brat Kadu is too cheap on him." Marco heard that. His whole body trembled. At the same time, follow Moria's group of people. The world within range all began to pay attention to his news of challenging Whitebeard. "I heard Gecko Moria used Kadu's physical body to create the strongest zombie. He wants to challenge Whitebeard." Sure enough, major newspapers' headlines are all out. The world's press is reporting this. Big news. Dare to openly challenge Whitebeard at this time. Even if Moria ultimately fails, it's still arrogant. Not necessarily lose. I heard Moria not only got Kadu's body, but also got General Raikouju's shadow. This just said, just a moment, many surprised voices. Navy Headquarters General Shadow? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Very strong. In the world, the major and minor pirate groups are all involved in the Moria challenge to Whitebeard incident. In the world press added fuel to the fire below. This matter, almost in a very short time, gained the attention of countless pirates around the world. Even many people started going to Whitebeard Island, wanting to see this battle with their own eyes. If it was just Moria challenging Whitebeard, it's estimated that many pirates would simply disdain to watch the battle. Perhaps Kadu's corpse, plus General Raikouju's shadow. Such a powerful combination can create the strongest zombie. Competing with Whitebeard is absolutely a battle worth looking forward to. Moreover, recently, the naval forces of the four major sea regions in the east, south, west, and north have all moved at the same time, causing the entire world to fall into chaos. The wind rises and the clouds rise. Ripples never stop. Moria's challenge to Whitebeard is just the beginning of a great battle. The real great battle is coming. Almost all pirates knew that a truly earth-shattering battle, an unprecedented battle, was coming. New world, new Navy headquarters. Boom. Marshal's office. Suddenly came a loud banging sound. Following, many Marines heard the roar from the Admiral Akainu. Damn Moria. Even the more calm Akainu, when he got the news that Ryakuji was being slaughtered by this piece of wood, Moria couldn't help but burst out in anger. One who was defined by the Round Table Conference as the weakest trash of the 7 warlords of the sea. Akainu lost another Marine admiral, Ryakuji. A famous general who had yet to arrive in the New World, also received a lunchbox because of Moria, a piece of trash. It can be said that the most reclusive naval general in history. Of course, the most isolated person right now, other than Akainu, could not be anyone else. He thought that Ryakuji alone was enough to kill Moria, so he assigned Ryakuji to find trouble with Moria. The result that opened people's eyes was that Ryakuji was killed by Moria. After the tragic fall, Akainu gradually regained his senses and began to think about the whole situation. According to Akainu, Moria's own strength still can't withstand a single blow, but the problem is, he controls that zombie. Keido's physical body plus Ryakuji's shadow really makes this idiot Moria unable to obtain anything. Fresh Flower Bridge. Moria now wants to challenge Whitebeard. This story is good to say, it is good, hard to say. It is also not good. This event came too fast. Akainu thought like this: if Moria challenged Whitebeard, and then followed a little later, then for Akainu, it would be a great opportunity. Whitebeard and Moria fight, both of them will definitely get injured. He could have captured Moria while he was challenging Whitebeard, sent thousands of Marines to the C-652 island base, surrounded the Whitebeard pirates, and then captured them all. Maybe this event came too quickly. A few days ago, he mobilized the Marines of the 4 seas, set off to the New World. The target was Whitebeard's place. It's just that, from the 4 seas to the New World, and then to the C-652 base island, this journey can be far from being completed in a few days. Do you want to miss this opportunity? Akainu was not satisfied. Whether it's Whitebeard or Moria, they're the people Akainu wants to eliminate the most right now. Seeing Akainu like this, he was really unwilling to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Damn Moria. This idiot really makes things difficult for this old man. The remaining 4 Seas Navy troops have no way to reach. The only solution Akainu could think of now was to go to the battlefield himself. Changing back to before, Akainu would have already had a violent temper and would have rushed to hate Whitebeard and Moria. But now the more calm Akainu is, the more clear-headed he is. Once the news of personally going to the battlefield leaks out, if Whitebeard and Moria join forces, Akainu might not be sure that he can simultaneously eliminate these 2 people. This is not a good measure. At this time, if only Sengoku was here. It's a pity that Sengoku was killed by Whitebeard. Akainu had a headache. Think about it again. In the sky, white clouds rolled and dispersed. The sunlight for thousands of miles penetrated through the clouds, shining on the sea, accompanied by a light sea breeze blowing on the sea. Pirate ships sailed slowly one by one. This was absolutely a weather that made people feel comfortable. In front is Whitebeard's island. On a pirate ship, several pirates holding binoculars were observing a large island in front. That's right. I heard Gecko Moria is coming soon. The battle will break out very quickly. Some people feel like that. Another earth-shattering battle. People are eagerly waiting. These little pirates all came here to watch the battle because of the news. 257, Gecko Moria, openly challenged Whitebeard. This is a big event. Being able to see Whitebeard in action with my own eyes. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Someone's eyes revealed admiration and said, many people followed him, looking towards Whitebeard to see what he would do. Everyone is sure that in the future, the number of times Whitebeard attacks will become less and less. Because Whitebeard is already the legendary invincible. Even Keido was destroyed. This time, if it wasn't for Moria using the Shadow Fruit's ability to steal Keido's physical body, plus the shadow of General Ryakuji, it really wouldn't have attracted so many people's attention. Arrive. Suddenly, among the many pirate crews, there was a commotion. Everyone looked towards the other side at the same time. On a huge pirate ship, Keido was standing stiffly on the deck of the ship. However, at this time, The zombie Kadu's appearance was a bit special. His mouth was opened by a needle and thread. Moria zombie is not afraid of sunlight. Its biggest weakness is salt. Once the zombie is given salt, the shadow will run away, making it impossible to control the zombie. Therefore, Moria resolutely gave in and put Kadu's mouth on the gap above. That way, he wouldn't be carried away by salt. At this time, the zombie Kadu has his own immortal body and also has the fighting power of General Ryakugyo. Ryakugyo is also very strong, just unlucky to fall into the seawater pit. Then Moria ordered his subordinates to capture him. There was a bug in the previous chapters. Moria took away the shadow to create a zombie, and couldn't have the Shadow Master's demon fruit ability. I remembered wrong here, because Luffy's sculpted fruit ability and Orza's body stretching both looked like sculpted fruit ability. But in fact it was the zombie body following the shadow stretching, sorry. Sure enough, still coming. On the island, Marco waited for a group of captains, looking towards the Moria pirate ship, each revealing a strange expression. Very much looking forward to a great battle. Let us wait with bated breath. There were pirate reporters carrying their mobile phones on their shoulders, opening the live broadcast mode, and there were also copywriters who had already started to catch up on the island and the weather, preparing to announce the latest news related to the battle. Come closer. Everyone's expression was tense, and they were staring at Moria's ships without blinking. Winter. Moria pirate ship docked. Whitebeard pirates have many captains. Are you here to welcome me? Moria stood in front of Kadu and spoke. He deliberately raised his voice so that many pirates around could hear. At this moment, Moria's expression was extremely swollen, his face full of the look of needing a beating. It really made people feel uncomfortable. Moria, do you want to die? You dare to challenge your father? Diamond George's majestic voice rang out. Not afraid at all of Kadu the zombie Moria. I'm here to fight Whitebeard alone. The whole world knows. I want to fight Whitebeard alone, not your Whitebeard pirates. Moria was not afraid. He knew that in front of everyone below, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely follow the rules. Such a shameless thing. You can actually say such a matter of course. It's really strange. Hua Gen Vista and Diamond George stood up in a hurry. Do you think that pirates will pay attention to your so-called one-on-one argument? You're too naive. You're really teasing. The female Sir Crocodile looked at Moria as if looking at an idiot. Wait until we skin you to death. Let's see if you still dare to challenge. Moria narrowed his eyes, fighting the entire Whitebeard pirate crew alone. That's not what he wanted. Although he is very powerful, he is still not powerful enough to fight the entire Whitebeard pirates alone. He felt that the world's champion was the only one who could fight for it. So this time deliberately in the major newspapers, announced the news of fighting alone against Whitebeard. Let this challenge become the attention of everyone. First is to let the whole world know how strong he is. Second is to let Whitebeard come to fight alone. Moria tried to calm down, pointed at the many people watching the battle around, and said loudly, many pirates, as well as reporters from the world's newspapers and copywriters from major newspapers, are all here watching. I want to fight Whitebeard alone. Doesn't Whitebeard dare to come out and fight? Doesn't he dare to fight me alone? 4.5 la la la. Whitebeard walked over from the island, his face full of stupidity as he looked towards Moria, laughing freely and saying, I heard you wanted to challenge me? Many people watching the battle couldn't help but become tense. And it was as if the world-shaking war was about to begin. Not by each becomes expected. Of course. Seeing Whitebeard coming over, Moria couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was confident that he could fight alone and be invincible. His confidence was expanding immensely. Whitebeard, you should prepare yourself mentally and welcome defeat. I will completely defeat you, you little brat. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Just you, this little brat, wants to defeat me. What a stupid idea. Even if you were cultivating for 900 years, you still wouldn't be my opponent. 900 years of bitter cultivation? Too exaggerated. Someone laughed. Someone's face was full of confusion. The key is, can Moria live for 900 years? Don't you understand? Whitebeard is cursing Moria, the 1,000-year-old king. Someone explained it like that. Moria heard, immediately widened his eyes, pointed at Whitebeard, shouted loudly, Whitebeard, you called me a black turtle again. Ha ha ha. A group of captains laughed and bowed. Moria's head was full of black lines. Damn Whitebeard, he knows how to curse people without changing his expression. He's really hateful. He must defeat Whitebeard. Defeat him in front of everyone. No laughing. No laughing at all. Moria angrily stomped his feet. Whitebeard, I want to fight you one-on-one. Seeing Moria stomping his feet and running violently, everyone's eyes lit up. Want to fight. Want to fight. Moria wants to go crazy. Will definitely explode with unprecedented terrifying 12 battle power. Everyone secretly said, this battle will definitely be extremely intense. After all, Whitebeard stimulated Moria's nerves. The latter will definitely go crazy and take revenge on Whitebeard. Hurry up and fight. It's sure to be an amazing battle. Guaranteed to be amazing. Countless pirates became excited. There's the Navy headquarters' strongest shadow zombie Kadu, competing with Whitebeard's peak combat power. This is not inferior to the original Kadu and Whitebeard's exciting match. It is absolutely a thrilling battle. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. Hurry up and fight. Every pirate felt their blood boil. They immediately witnessed a world-shaking battle. Watching the battle from such a close distance, this kind of super-level battle made people unable to help but burn with enthusiasm. Moria feels so strong. Must be strong. Kadu's body plus the general's shadow. If he's not strong, who's stronger? Very strong indeed. Whitebeard, you have to try your best. You can't lose to Moria. On the transparent deck, Absalom also said to Moria with a face full of excitement, Master, you have to believe in yourself. You are very strong. You definitely will not lose to Whitebeard. Moria heard everyone's words and was very excited. He even slapped Absalom. I've always been very confident. He's just Whitebeard. Let's see how I can hang him up and beat him. Absalom covered his red face, glared at Moria, feeling extremely wronged. Why hit me? And hit my face. Hit someone but not the face, doesn't Master know? Boom. Moria became even more excited and slapped Absalom again. I'm just too excited. Thinking that I'll defeat Whitebeard right away, I can't help but get excited. So excited. So happy. Then reward me with a slap. Moreover, it is a slap in the face. Higher interest also do not need to hit my face. Oh. Absalom, tears streaming down his face. Why must he hit him in the face? Boom. Moria returned the slap and slapped Absalom on the other cheek, so excited. Can't hold it in. Can't hold it in. Can't hold it in. I have to fight Whitebeard alone right now. I feel like there's a wild force burning fiercely in my body. Wilderness force burning fiercely? There is no need to hit my face so hard. Oh. Absalom covered his face with one hand. His already swollen cheeks became even more swollen. His teeth were almost knocked out. He was uncomfortable, wronged. Tears fell down his face. Okay. It hurts. Talk is not fast. My little universe is about to explode. Moria was extremely excited, just as he was about to slap him. He unexpectedly discovered that his loyal subordinate Absalom had fallen onto the deck of the ship. Who hit? Who hit my subordinate? I want to find him and fight him alone. Falling to the ground. Absalom shed tears all over the ground. Woo. It was clearly you who hit him. So quickly you're going to default on your debt? Absalom, rest assured. My master is so strong, so invincible. He will definitely avenge you. Moria was so excited. The small universe could not help but explode. He looked at Whitebeard. Wait until I defeat Whitebeard. I will avenge you. Whoever beats you. I will definitely beat him down. No, I want to beat him down 10 times. Oh. Absalom's tears were about to flow like a river. It was clearly you who hit me. And you still want to avenge me. How can you take revenge? No need to be moved. As such a powerful master, avenging you is just a matter of half a minute. Rest assured. Moria thought that Absalom was moved to tears. He waved his hands and feet. However, you are such a powerful master. Before avenging you, let's first solve a small problem, defeat Whitebeard. Rest assured, it won't take long. Half a minute will be enough to defeat Whitebeard. Without waiting for Absalom to complain, Moria brought the zombie Kadu and jumped onto the pirate ship. Falling on the island of Moria, that expanding microcosm completely exploded. Its ferocious aura aimed straight at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I can defeat you in half a minute. Moria's words had not yet finished when a huge fist suddenly slammed over. East 1 hour. Before Moria could react, he was directly punched away. Hey! Moria let out a miserable scream. flying backwards, and hurriedly ordered the zombie behind him Kadu to catch him. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Following Moria Kadu, he couldn't help but be pushed back several steps by the impact. Then barely managed to. Pain, pain, pain. Moria covered the punched person with one hand and turned into a raccoon's eyes, his face full of constipation expression, uncomfortable awe. He was just bragging and boasting. Half a minute can defeat Whitebeard. The result the next second he was sent flying by Whitebeard's punch. He didn't even see clearly how Whitebeard attacked. Too embarrassing, ah. Too embarrassing, no, must find some face. Moria thought to himself, must he fiercely teach Whitebeard a lesson? Beat Whitebeard to pieces? No, can't be reckless, hee. Must capture Whitebeard alive, then make him into Kadu's 780 zombie subordinates. Hee. I'm really too smart. Moria couldn't help but laugh, thinking about having Whitebeard, the strongest super pirate, as his subordinate, was still a little excited. The more Moria thought about it, the more excited he felt. No, I can't hold it in. Too excited. The small universe is about to completely explode. Whitebeard, come and become my loyal subordinate. Hee. Moria waved his hands and feet again. He waved his hand. Commanding the zombie Kadu, go. Whitebeard is in your hands. Boom, boom, boom. The zombie Kadu suddenly charged towards Whitebeard. The ground is shaking. Extremely violent shaking. Kadu's terrifying physical strength, coupled with General Ryakuji's powerful shadow, this kind of almost perfect invincible zombie, once it launches a fierce attack. Every strike is earth-shattering. Everyone saw such a scene and could not help but feel nervous. The strongest compete The HCF. Passion is on fire. Whitebeard vs the strongest zombie Kadu. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Boom. Just as Kadu was about to attack Whitebeard, a blood-red fire dragon suddenly rushed out from Whitebeard's hand, carrying raging flames, like a river of flames, sweeping through the zombie Kadu. The fierce flames instantly engulfed the zombie Kadu. Fire soars high. The flames were as fierce as a great lake, engulfing Kadu in them. Oh, scream. Just one clash. Zombie Kadu directly screamed miserably. No impact, no attack. The zombie Kadu choked on a miserable scream, continuously retreating backwards. Follow, then turn around and run. What? Everyone was stunned. No one ever thought that the fierce zombie Kadu, under the first encounter, would directly turn around and run away. Basically, he didn't even touch the corner of Whitebeard's shirt. This incident happened too quickly? Many people became so impressed that their jaws were almost full of dirt. There is really no one. That's right. Whitebeard's sword style is based on eating the burning fruit, which can transform into elemental weapons. And Moria's zombies are just suppressed by fire. So that's how it is. Someone shouted, and everyone understood. Moria zombie has two weaknesses, not many people know, only a few know. One is salt, one is fire. Forgot to remind Master. Whitebeard's sword technique, obtain the burning fruit ability. Absalom was also scared, in the Golden City, when he saw Whitebeard's sword technique, obtain the burning fruit ability. He slapped his forehead, painfully mumbled, chaos. Total chaos. How could I forget about this? Looking at Kadu's instinct to flee, Moria himself was completely confused. He turned his head and angrily shouted at Absalom, when did Whitebeard obtain the burning fruit ability? Why didn't you tell me such important information sooner? Absalom rubbed his swollen face that was beaten by Moria before, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Forget it. Forget. And you still say that? Is there any reason to be afraid? Too unreliable. Why would there be such unreliable subordinates? There is no justice. Moria's head was full of black lines. He muttered to himself, this time I'm going too far. I'm going too far. How will this end? What? Moria turned his head, his face full of flattery as he looked at Whitebeard, cautiously saying, Whitebeard. I was wrong, sorry. I accidentally disturbed you. Whitebeard jogged towards Moria. Do you remember what you said before? Looking at Whitebeard walking towards him, Moria suddenly had a strange thought. He felt that he suddenly became extremely small. Whitebeard was becoming bigger and bigger. Unable to defeat the tall, Moria couldn't help but shiver, continuously retreating. What? What did I say before? Passing by. Yes, just passing by. I passed by this place in half a minute, I'll leave now. Won't disturb you all. Sorry. Moria turned and ran. Run faster than the rabbit. Crackle. Who knew Whitebeard would act faster, like lightning, a fist seal, carved into the back of Moria's head. Boom a sound, Moria's whole body rushed forward. In a moment, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and dust rose everywhere. Waiting for the dust to clear, everyone only saw Moria lying on the ground with his mouth full of mud. Whitebeard stomping on Moria, too weak. Numb. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This changes too fast. A moment ago, Moria was fiercely imposing, carrying the zombie Kadu, sweeping through the strongest military force in the naval base, and even defeated the Navy headquarters general, obtaining the general's shadow. Go to the Whitebeard Pirates Island. The more arrogant domineering, spring breeze complacent. That posture has the most invincible posture in the world, the strongest posture in the world. Who knows? Face to face. The strongest zombie Kadu instinctively ran away. And Moria was unable to resist Whitebeard's next punch, and was directly KO'd by one punch. This is also too dramatic. Mom. Good fake. Horse riding, what a shame. The title of the strongest zombie. Just now the blood was burning, preparing to watch a world-shaking battle of passionate fighting. Everyone was momentarily disappointed. Moria is too weak. Knocked out with one punch. His physical technique, how weak is he? Too embarrassing. This Moria. Surely not a heaven-sent comedy? Everyone raised their foreheads and sighed. Good talk about fighting spirit? The result of the horse riding was just a funny KO. Disappointing, so disappointing. Absalom's face was full of black lines. How embarrassing. He said he would defeat Whitebeard in half a minute, and ended up getting knocked out by Whitebeard with one punch. Master. Is he a piece of shit? Moria is too weak. Weak to what extent? Knocked out by Whitebeard with one punch. There is really no one. Spare my life, spare my life. Moria was begging for mercy. He couldn't help but beg for mercy. Whitebeard stomped on him, almost breaking his back. The pain made him grit his teeth and glare. Moria really never thought that he would come to challenge Whitebeard with full confidence, wanting to invite many pirate crews and new reporters, hoping that this battle would be famous throughout the world, shake the grand line, and from then on, Moria would step up to the top and write this era, the era of the Shadow Revolution. Then he established a 1,000,000 zombie army, swept through the New World, trampled on the Holy Vase and Mariewa. Wahahaha, just thinking about it still makes me a little excited. The result. Knocked out by Whitebeard with one punch. All these imaginary images, all shattered into pieces. Now only ask for forgiveness part. Whitebeard shook his head. You are too weak. Still deadly. Moria's whole body trembled. Finished. This was really finished. He suddenly remembered Whitebeard's usual domineering style. His lightning-fast methods of cutting grass and removing roots never had an enemy come out intact in Whitebeard's hands. This time, he was afraid he would really want to die. Lord Whitebeard. 10 million people are bothering me with their lives. Moria could only spend his time begging for forgiveness. He still didn't want to die. The decent George couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Moria, what reason do you have for your father to spare your life? Yes? Why? Treasure? Whitebeard really doesn't seem to be interested in treasure, and also, I don't have any either. Beauty? Never heard of Whitebeard being this good. Barry's wealth? The Whitebeard pirates replaced the Golden City with almost all of its assets, and now control more than 20% of the world's wealth. Will he be less than this, Barry's? Obviously Whitebeard is not short of money. Moria cried. He really couldn't think of any reason. Let Whitebeard spare him this once. Maybe he didn't want to die. Just spare my life. I'm willing to serve the Whitebeard pirates. I'm willing to join the Whitebeard pirates. Moria almost cried as he spoke. What pirate arrogance. What captain arrogance. In front of this small life that was difficult to keep, we're all fleeting. I'm very strong. No. What I mean is, my zombie army, Zombie Kadu, is very strong. Moreover, I can continuously create zombie armies. In the future, even if I step on the Holy Vase and Mariewa, it won't be a problem. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Cut. Many of the squad leaders expressed their disdain. You even trampled on the Holy Vase of Mariewa, and let you trample on a naval base. You're lucky. Donna Kainu, I'll kill you, the Zombie Kadu. Yes, Whitebeard, don't need you, such a weak and incompetent brat. Whitebeard suddenly used force under his foot, making two creaking sounds, almost causing Moria's bile to come out. Whitebeard lowered his head to look at Moria, who was foaming at the mouth, and sighed, "Too embarrassing, it's better to kill him." Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the unexpected happened. Suddenly, the entire island shook violently. The ground suddenly raised a huge pimple. What's the situation? Earthquake? No, there's someone underground. Boom, boom, boom. The huge bumps on the ground suddenly rose up and rushed towards Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Boom. It was slow to say, but it happened very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. The earth bag that had protruded instantly burst open. A giant body crawled out from the ground. The sky and earth were filled with scum flying out. The violent shaking also then stopped. It's the zombie Kadu. Once he appeared, he suddenly, fiercely, and domineeringly punched Whitebeard. Another diamond earth destruction flame. Whitebeard's body moved. Avoiding the zombie Kadu's punch, turning around to block it, suddenly a punch with such a powerful explosion was thrown out. Countless chi-chi exploded around the fist, like one by one running in a long line. This is an extremely terrifying right. Whitebeard punched out, just wanted to test the zombie Kadu's strength. Don't be too weak to disappoint. Wow, wow. Streams of air from behind Whitebeard's fist rapidly rushed out. White airflow, creating an extremely magnificent scene. Facing Whitebeard's punch, the zombie Kadu also punched out. This punch contained Kadu's terrifying physical strength, along with General Raikuji's boundless battle power. Punched out, the clouds in the sky suddenly shook. The clouds suddenly cracked and rolled back out. Winter. Two punches instantly collided. At this moment, the air seemed to vibrate and swirl outwards towards the two people behind them. The terrifying sound waves, at the same time, swept the air out and transmitted into everyone's ears far away, shocking everyone's blood and causing their eardrums to ache. This punch from the zombie Kadu suddenly gave Whitebeard the illusion of a worthy opponent meets a worthy opponent. This punch's attack had not yet completely fallen. Whitebeard had already thrown another punch. Grandfather. The punch was thrown out in a flash. The extremely powerful hockey armament instantly covered the punch. The body of the god and demon combined with the extremely strong hockey armament, punched out in a flash. The heaven and earth energy also changed because of it. The wind and clouds surged. The love sky seemed to crack open, majestic. Whitebeard's fighting spirit rose. He absolutely didn't need the sword, just relied on his physical body. He wanted to firmly destroy the zombie Kadu. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, Whitebeard and the zombie Kadu fought with their strongest three punches. The sky was filled with a whirlpool of air, like a rapidly escaping snake. Rolling back out, the island was born with a very violent earthquake. Even the sea around the island was stirred up by tsunamis, and amidst the rolling waves, terrifying explosions were emitted. Such a terrible scene makes people tremble in shock. Even makes people feel numb scalp. This is terrible. This is the real battle. Oh my god. Why do I feel like the fusion of the great general's shadow zombie Kadu's destructive power is not inferior to Kadu himself at all? Too terrifying. Perhaps it is much weaker in combat? This is Kadu's corpse, after all. It was destroyed by Whitebeard once. It's just that the zombie doesn't feel any pain or injuries, so it can naturally make up for the lack of skills. This sudden change really surprised many people, and Moria himself took the opportunity to run out. Fortunately, Kadu ordered to hide in the underground fire suppression layer and save my life. Moria ran away crazily and quickly escaped to the pirate ship. He was scared inside and almost died just now. Maybe just got on the ship. Moria has a mess. Now in front of him there are only two paths. The first is directly run away. Ignore the zombie Kadu. But Kadu is obviously Moria's favorite in heart, completely reluctant to let go. The second thing is to stay and fight in the end. Even if you stay, you still won't be able to beat Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. Round after round of terrifying battle sound waves entered Moria's ears, causing Moria to be scared out of his wits. His back turning cold, too terrifying. Is this Whitebeard's true destructive power? The longer Whitebeard and the zombie Kadu fought, the more Moria felt his scalp go numb. Moria now just wants to run away, but he really can't bear to let go of the zombie Kadu. Let this go once. In this life, don't even think about getting this kind of invincible zombie flesh again. That year, the ore's corpse obtained from the snow country was completely incomparable to this Kadu corpse. Moreover, by a fortuitous coincidence, he obtained the shadow of General Ryakuju. What now? Moria panicked, completely panicked. Escape? Equivalent to this period of time to get everything, all in vain, clearly happy. In the future, there will be no chance to get the body of the strongest marine and terrestrial creature Kadu. Also impossible to get the shadow of the Navy headquarters general. No network digging. Equivalent to death. Not willing. Moria completely regretted. He should never have been so arrogant. Want to find Whitebeard to fight alone, to prove his own strength. Invite the world's great pirate crews, the world's press to witness his strength, to witness Shadow's truly terrifying invincible ability. The result is to take a rock and hit yourself in the foot. Moria was completely hopeless. He discovered that he was fundamentally unable to be Whitebeard's opponent. Even if he were given several of the strongest zombies, they still could not possibly be Whitebeard's opponent. Because Whitebeard is really too terrifying. At this moment, not only Moria was sighing like that, the pirate crew watching the battle from afar, as well as those reporters who were invited by Moria to write manuscripts in the next life, all became admiring. 680. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying battle is in full swing. Whitebeard's divine demon body truly shows terrifying destructive power. The fierce and domineering attack. The terrifying and absolute destructive force. The air was shattered, the sky cracked, the earth's surface had already appeared countless densely crisscrossed cracks. Winter. A loud bang suddenly rang out, and Whitebeard's strongest punch landed on the zombie Kadu. Following the loud explosion, the air seemed to ripple and shake, and the zombie Kadu flew out with a loud bang. His 2 feet scraped across the ground, sending countless rocks and dirt flying, and dust billowing from all around, leaving a deep crack. The zombie Kadu carried a terrifying aura and flew out. Whitebeard took advantage of the situation and charged forward, his giant body shooting out towards Kadu. Not only did his demonic body possess the strongest destructive power, it also had peerless speed. Whitebeard caught up with the zombie Kadu, suddenly jumped up, punched out, chasing the zombie Kadu's head. This punch will definitely break Kadu's zombie head. Stop. At this time, the Shadow Mage Moria, Shadow Fruit's ability is one of the early calls, and the Shadow Mage almost at the same time rushed towards Kadu and Whitebeard inside. East. Whitebeard's punch landed without any exception. It was engraved on the Image Mage's body. Almost in an instant, Moria's Image Mage instantly exploded. But Whitebeard's punch momentum also slowed down a bit. Boom. Following, Whitebeard's fist carved on Moria's body, only to see countless vortexes of air flowing out instantly about to explode. Destroying in all directions, and Moria's body was even more like a drum beating, stirring up vibrations, a burst of encouragement. Pfft. Moria madly spat out a mouthful of immortal blood, followed by his entire body smashing onto the zombie Kadu's body, bringing Kadu along with him flying out. Seeing such a scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in a breath of cold air. No one thought Moria would make such a move. Resisting Whitebeard's domineering and fierce punch, this is almost like seeking death. The same as before. The one who left behind the fear of death like Moria would actually make such a shocking move. And Whitebeard's powerful and invincible punch made countless people admire him. One punch shattered the image of the mage, then the remaining force sent Moria spraying blood into the sky, and Moria Kadu was sent flying. What kind of terrifying force is this? Moria's movements are unimaginable. Whitebeard's fists are even more domineering. This next 3 events, on the contrary, turned into a heart-pounding battle. Originally, many people were watching the battle and felt disappointed, but now, besides being shocked, they felt it was unbelievable. Cough, cough, cough. Flying out of Moria. Smashing into a deep hole, the mage's image had already turned into a series of shattered shadows. Returning to his body, he crawled out of the deep hole with blood, continuously coughing up blood. His spirit exhausted. The zombie Kadu was behind, and also crawled out together. Moria was seriously injured by Whitebeard and coughed up blood. His whole body was in a state of disarray. He looked towards Whitebeard with eyes that did not have the slightest bit of resentment, but rather respectful, extremely respectful. Crack! Moria suddenly knelt down on one knee towards Whitebeard. Looking up at Whitebeard, Moria's expression was respectful. The corner of his lips curled up in blood. He opened his mouth and said, "Whitebeard, I, Moria, swear to die with you. Conquer this new world. Never betray." Moria opened his mouth and spoke again, causing everyone to become excited. No one would have thought that after escaping with great difficulty, Moria would choose to save the zombie Kadu. Even less would anyone have thought that after being severely injured by Whitebeard and coughing up blood, Moria would choose to make a poisonous oath and follow Whitebeard. I understand. Moria took the heavy injury as a price, not only to keep the zombie Kadu, but also to make his will clear to Whitebeard. That Moria is absolutely not the kind of person who fears death. So that's how it is. Everyone was in awe. That's okay. Even Whitebeard didn't think that Moria would make such a choice in the end. Just now, that punch, Whitebeard was a merciless punch. If Moria's body is even slightly weak, the only thing he can do is face death. Moria knew very well that he would most likely die, yet he still made such a choice, showing his determination. In fact, what made Whitebeard surprised was that this was somewhat similar to the original text in Moria. Could it be that the fearless person hiding in the Devil Triangle continent Moria changed his personality after the Summit War? Good too. At least in front of Moria. Let Whitebeard look at him with different eyes. His own strength is temporarily not mentioned. With the zombie Kadu, joining the Whitebeard pirate crew is absolutely a great fighting force. Well, Moonlight. Moria, after today, you're a member of the Whitebeard Pirates 16th Division. Whitebeard nodded and said, if you perform very well, I will allow you to join the squadron. Moria's body shook. Whitebeard Pirates. I finally joined this powerful Grand Line, the super pirate crew that everyone in the world knows and understands. Before this, even Moria had never thought of the outcome. I am willing to give my life for the Whitebeard Pirates. Moria said solemnly, never before. This is the time he went to the New World. Was wiped out by Kadu's entire pirate crew that year, and many years later, once again, in the early 1900s, became a member of the pirate crew. That year, the group that almost destroyed Moria Kadu, but by a fortuitous coincidence, became Moria's subordinate. Moria himself is to become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's subordinate. Moria, you can join at the right time. Crocodile crossed her arms and stood on the high point in the distance, her voice fierce as she said, I still want to capture your head in exchange for the qualification to join the team. Moria was stunned. He just discovered the sand. Crocodile was different. He was very surprised to see the sand. Crocodile, his face full of disbelief, sighed and said, You, actually, are a woman? Are you looking down on me? Sand. The sandstorm in Crocodile's hand continuously rotated, emitting sharp screeching sounds. As long as she flipped her hand, the terrifying sandstorm would definitely strike Moria first, even if he returned to his original female body. Sir Crocodile had a hot temper and would use his hands to solve the problem, but would absolutely not use his mouth. Moria was punched by Whitebeard and couldn't find his way east, south, west, or north. How could he dare to provoke Sir Crocodile? However, he bowed his head to Whitebeard and was always respectful, but that did not mean he was afraid of others. He just turned his head away and did not care about others. Moria's heart was still entangled. Why did Sir Crocodile suddenly become a woman? From afar, many pirate groups were invited by Moria to watch the battle, but at this moment, their faces were filled with confusion. No one thought this battle would be so tortuous, so unthinkable. No one thought that in the end, the zombie Kadu, this most loyal and extremely powerful subordinate, would become a member under Whitebeard. I thought Moria picked up a huge bargain. But I didn't expect it to end up in Whitebeard's pocket. Before Kadu was honored as the Four Emperors. After death, he became Whitebeard's subordinate. There really is no one. The Yonko ant is dead. The Yonko Kadu turned into a zombie under Whitebeard's command. the Yonko only has Whitebeard and Redhead left. With Redhead's unwavering character of not fighting for power in this world, who else can stop Whitebeard? Even if Red Hair has the heart to fight for hegemony, it is impossible to block Whitebeard's path to hegemony. Speaking of which, the Red Hair Pirates are truly the Four Emperors, yet they have no sense of existence. Being a Four Emperor is too insignificant. Everyone was discussing loudly. All kinds of comments were coming out from different levels, generally all surrounding Whitebeard and the Whitebeard Pirates. The zombie Kadu, a super-level combatant, was added to the Whitebeard Pirates, giving the Whitebeard Pirates an additional great warlord. Even in front of Whitebeard, the zombie Kadu was so unbearable, no one dared to look down on the zombie Kadu. After all, the Burning Fruits ability was only one. The remaining little flame could not deal with the zombie Kadu. The explosive combat power of the zombie Kadu, except for the fire and sea flames, is a bit weaker, but has no other weaknesses. The fighting power is still so terrifying. New world, new Navy headquarters. Unexpected within reason. This time, after hearing the news of Moria's involvement with the zombie Kadu joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Akainu appeared unusually calm. Although he felt a little uncomfortable inside, he did not show any annoyance. This really does not suit his hot-tempered nature. The more calm Akainu is, the more intimidating he is to others. Of course, the reason why Akainu became calm and composed was not just because his mind had changed, but because he held the Four Seas soldiers in his hands, and because he was plotting a world-shaking event. You cunning and evil Akainu old dog. There are people like that in the bottom of their hearts angrily scold Akainu, adding an old word to express Akainu's terrifying calmness. Akainu, who was always vicious and ruthless, now became calm and composed, even gloomy, and his methods made people even more afraid. Even the 5 elders who had been shouting at Akainu all along were increasingly pleased with Akainu. Only then can I consider winning the position of Marshal. This is the Gorsiai's high evaluation of Akainu. The Navy headquarters had a lot of work to do, and the Moria incident was quickly overshadowed by other matters. But Akainu's plan is in the process of being carried out. I heard that the 4 major naval regions from the east, south, west, and north under Akainu's summons have begun to gather towards the new world. The Navy is expected to make a major move. Everyone knows that the number of Marines in the world has been mobilized on a large scale this year. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. The current Navy, regardless of the number of people or the mobilization of superpower naval forces, far exceeds the Navy in any period of history. What is this concept? Unprecedented in history. Speaking right now Navy scale. The Navy was so powerful that it shocked all the pirates. But the new world of wind and clouds is even more vast and powerful, making people scared out of their wits. That's not right. The Navy headquarters announced to the outside that they wanted to hold an important conference. So they gathered the 4 major sea regions Marines to come to the new world. It won't be that simple. There are even more people here who are not magistrates. I guess this large-scale naval expedition to the New World should be a stimulus to the increasingly powerful Whitebeard pirates. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. For a moment, many pirates were in a state of anxiety. On the island, others knew that Akainu had summoned the 4 Seas soldiers, targeting the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard naturally also knew what it was. At this time, there weren't many members of the Whitebeard pirates on the island. Even Marco, who was waiting for his turn as captain, left the island in a row after the Moria incident was resolved. They set off to the various major islands in preparation for the next super battle. Whitebeard's super pirate ship is also constantly increasing its progress, continuously building and completing its interior. Placed at the island's shipyard is a set of super giant dragon bone, the main structural part of the pirate ship, to demonstrate how shocking this supernatural pirate ship will be once successfully built. Whitebeard Pirates. A super pirate ship that will shake the Grand Line and cause a stir will be born. Not far away on the island, there were pirates looking up at the naval base occupied by Whitebeard. Looking at that giant dragon bone, every heart was shocked beyond compare. People under the huge dragon bone, small as ants. Whitebeard, I'm afraid he wants to create the world's most hockey pirate ship. In the summit battle, Moby Dick was destroyed afterwards. Whitebeard cried out, The New World no longer has the ability to withstand my ship. These words still echoed in everyone's ears, as if the summit battle was still clearly before their eyes. Looking up at the huge dragon bone that covered the sky in front of them, naturally made according to imagination the image of the pirate ship successfully built after being shaken. This is a ship that can withstand the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone was so confused and inwardly admired. Pirates in the world, there exist several 14 hockey extremely supernatural pirate ships. Those so-called strongest pirate ship existences, without exception, were all carried by fearsome pirate crews. Whitebeard built this one, completely by the guardian atom. Into a super huge object, without a doubt will become the world's most hockey pirate ship. Time flies so fast, a long time has passed in the blink of an eye. From the dragon bone to the entire hull structure, to the cabin, along with weapons and artillery equipment, one has just been completed. The strongest ship in the history of pirates, born. This huge thing, about the size of a small island, the entire Whitebeard pirates crew involving 16 squads, can also live on this huge thing. Each squad has its own special independent room. Even the existence of the elites in the Moria Zombie Corps are all arranged. The pirate ship is divided into 4 floors, with the Moria Zombie Corps on the lowest floor, first floor. The second floor arranges for each team member. The third floor arranged for Sir Crocodile to wait for powerful squad members. The fourth and last level is Whitebeard, the captain of the group. Not the captain. Each floor has food storage, weapon storage, artillery, and control towers. The entire hull was made from Adam's treasure. The ship's walls and deck were all reinforced with fine iron. The entire ship was built by only the best shipwrights, and the reinforced steel parts were built by the world's best blacksmiths. Not only that, this supernatural pirate ship not only can rely on sails to provide power, also has an excessive steam power system. The bottom of the ship is also equipped with sea stone. Can walk in the calm belt. All of these were personally appointed by Whitebeard. Even the ship's loading cannonballs, all from simple and crude circular shape, improved to the ultimate linear shape. Whitebeard's Ekazan-turned body is a special forces background, finally working as an undercover agent, towards all kinds of ammunition naturally very familiar. The appearance and internal structure of cannonballs just need to make some slight improvements. The destructive power can be greatly increased. These cannonballs are devastating, leaving naval cannonballs several streets behind. Moreover, Whitebeard arranged the manpower, especially the large-scale production. Even the guns used by the Whitebeard pirates were redesigned and improved by Whitebeard serial guns. This is the only pirate world existence. Pirates of the world possess guns, just one shot. And the Whitebeard pirates' guns were all changed to machine guns. In large-scale war, it is absolutely possible to occupy an overwhelming advantage. But a little more improvement, without a doubt, brought fear to the entire Whitebeard pirate crew. The Whitebeard pirates members, including the captain and the non-captain, were all moved by the exquisite weapon that Whitebeard had developed. And when this news spread and was known to the rest of the pirate world, there was not a single person in the world who was not terrified. The ultimate improvement of cannonballs? What does it look like? Rumor has it that the destructive power has increased several times. It's creepy. Multi-shot gun. Load once, can continuously fire. Unbelievable. The whole world is in an uproar. The so-called Vegapunk, who is 500 years ahead of the world in intelligence, the world's greatest scientist, has not created a machine gun. Whitebeard actually designed this kind of unimaginable gun himself. It's really unbelievable. Many people compare Whitebeard and Vegapunk. Enough to prove. The level of the machine gun that shocked 363 people in the world was not inferior to a major news story, even within the Navy. It began to spread that the Whitebeard pirates had a super advanced weapon, a rapid-fire gun, whose destructive power was several times greater than that of a cannonball and could, like a warship, take on a super large pirate ship in the calm belt. Unbelievable. Oh my god, the Whitebeard pirates actually have control of the central technology for building warships. Countless Marines were shocked. New world, new Navy headquarters. Akainu was busy in the middle of receiving this news, his chin raised. His eyes suddenly shot out a circle of murderous intent. Whitebeard pirates. The 4 seas have all gathered in the new world. This old man actually wants to witness with his own eyes the Whitebeard pirates' improved cannonball gun. In the end, how powerful it is. A powerful confidence surged out from Akainu. Akainu fundamentally did not believe that the Whitebeard pirates possessed the so-called improved weapons, which could bring great benefits in this war. The real war, the decisive factor, is not you weak little pirate brats. Whitebeard. Akainu's eyes revealed an extremely determined confidence. This time, he summoned the four seas to gather the new world, and he could have an unprecedented confidence and composure. You must know, the four elite marines, almost all gathered in the new world. What kind of terrifying force is this? Especially the guns, can they be changed? Akainu raised his head and looked towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates' island this time. I don't just want to destroy your Whitebeard pirates. Akainu this time ahead of schedule to mobilize the four seas in the east, south, west, north, large scale. This time summoning the four sea soldiers to gather the new world, not only to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu's body emitted an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. He didn't use any strength at all. Just standing there, the temperature around him automatically rose to the point where it made people feel hot and uncomfortable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. By chance, a few flies were scared and flew up. These flies flew up and were killed by the high temperature. They fell down and melted during the falling process. One could see the temperature around Akainu. How terrifying it was. This is coming from the power of lava. Complete a small goal first. For example, destroy the Whitebeard pirates. And destroy all the pirates in the world. This is Akainu's ultimate goal. He wants to destroy the Grand Line on the pirate crew. Arrogant pirate group, should end your life, eh? Such a simple sentence. Said Akainu towards this event must be steadfast and confident. On the blue ocean, each warship was speeding by. On each warship stood each elite Navy soldier with their heads held high. Weapons in hand, the honorable naval rank on their shoulders, and their towering figures, there was no place that did not carry the honor of the Navy. From the east, south, west, and north of the four seas, elite Marines have completely gathered in the New World. New World Grand Stage is about to open a storm. A superstorm swept through the entire New World of the Grand Line, the world of weather changes. The originally arrogant pirate gangs in the New World, after seeing each and every warship, each and every fleet, each and every elite Marine, all began to restrain themselves. The storm has begun. There's no stopping it. Whitebeard pirates? That's not it. With Akainu's taste. How can it be limited to one pirate crew? This time, I'm afraid even us little pirate crews will be in trouble. People are shocked. New pirate world. Everyone is anxious. Even in the New World. Those famous pirates could not help but show fear because they obtained more accurate information. This time came to the New World to gather four Marines. The Navy headquarters Lieutenant General level powerhouses, the number was so many that it made people despair. Lieutenant General. The Navy is a loyal force and is also extremely powerful. Even though most of those old lieutenant generals were killed by Whitebeard, it is possible, this large-scale mobilization of the four seas, after the unclear replenishment, is even more so the number of lieutenant generals' Navy strength that caused the whole world to become shocked. Furthermore, Akainu values talent and promotes anyone who passes the Navy Lieutenant General examination, regardless of whether they are veteran or rookie, as long as you have the strength and pass the examination. You will be awarded the rank of Lieutenant General. This is also Akainu's scary point. He strongly recommends and boldly hires talented people. This also gives Akainu an immense advantage. These Lieutenant Admirals' new Marine strength becomes Akainu's greatest strength. Countless warships and countless Marines gathered at the New World's naval headquarters. Conduct an important conference. Akainu before the battle. At the same time, the New World rippled endlessly on the sea surface. Each huge wave rolled up. The wave crests crashing on the sea surface, causing the entire sea to shake. Occasionally, the visible form of the Sea Kings emerges from the sea with giant heads. This is the most dangerous New World ocean, the most dangerous section of the Grand Line. All pirates of the world, let the pirates head towards the Grand Line. Boom. Vast and powerful on the sea surface, a giant sea king indignantly burst out a huge head. It opened its mouth as big as a blood basin, revealing 2 rows of sharp and huge teeth, suddenly biting at the pirate ship above the sea surface. Crackle! In the next instant, this giant sea king's eyes widened, filled with fear. It bit through who knows how many pirate ships with its fangs. All shattered. This giant sea king was instantly scared to death. Another eyeless sea king. This one, compared to the little pirate on the ship, a pirate of the Whitebeard pirate crew, grinned and said, "Just the remaining master ship's craft can be used to build a small boat. And even a giant sea king can run away." Another Whitebeard pirate teased. It ran away to Zhao, obviously intelligent, but it might not have run away because of this pirate ship, but because it. After seeing the local ship owner, a group of Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but turn their heads and look back, each gaze revealing pride. Stay behind them. Whitebeard's ship. That giant thing was carrying huge waves, slowly moving forward. There is a unique giant in the world. In the middle of the boat, 2 rows of extremely large waves stirred up by the 2 sides. Even the overlord in the sea is known as the Sea King. In front of such a giant, one can only run for their lives. Because it is. All things. Harmony. Whitebeard pirates. Wherever you go, all things are in harmony. All things are dust. Regardless of pirate crew, naval base, or any other organization, wherever my pirate ship passes, I will raise them all to the ground. This is harmony. Harmony of the heroic army, not a blade of grass. Like a mobile island, a giant thing, all images. Harmony on. Each block of the deck between the gaps are exactly the same. Exactly the same. The Atom's wooden block is covered with a layer of unusually solid iron, emitting a cold metallic shine. Just a glance also let people feel the incomparable shock in their hearts. "Father, must we go to that place this time?" Just from afar, Marco flew towards him on a blue flame wing and said very solemnly, even though it was a question. There was undoubtedly a trace of excitement and blood boiling in his voice. "La la la la. Also should be with a kinda kid, take a look, eh?" Whitebeard laughed freely. That fearless and generous attitude instantly infected everyone on the ship. Everyone could not help but be shocked. Pay with a Kainu. Not wrong. Let's properly clear up our grudges with a Kainu. Since Whitebeard's reincarnation, every war, every battle, a Kainu has been behind the scenes. Like a wild dog, he bit Whitebeard and wouldn't let go. World Government, Navy Headquarters. A Kainu kid cannot return to zero, aimed at Whitebeard many times. The Whitebeard pirates, the Marines, and a Kainu all have an unresolved grudge. As we've finished off Kaido and his beast pirates, it's now time to finish off a Kainu. Aim at the world government, aim at the Navy headquarters, pay everything, starting from a Kainu. All personnel prepare for battle. Sitting upright on the noble chair of Whitebeard, Chan Tan spoke, his voice like thunder rumbling out, transmitted into the ears of every Whitebeard pirates member. Everyone could not help but suddenly tremble. Everyone was shocked and screamed. "Fight us, father. It's the Whitebeard pirates that fight. Kill Akaina. Crush the Marines." Each sound came from deep within, loudly shaking the clouds and shocking the sky. Whitebeard waved his hand to stop. His voice stopped properly. Everyone quietly looked at Whitebeard. Just like a well-trained iron-blooded army. And all of this was because while Whitebeard was creating all images harmony, he gave all the Whitebeard pirates personnel rigorous training. All of them were trained according to the highest level of military force. Hot weapon, all change burst gun. Cold weapons make the best weapon ever made. Not only that, but he also obtained a lot of devil fruits, causing the Whitebeard pirates to add a lot of devil fruit ability users. These things can make the Whitebeard pirates participate in the battle, have the most powerful and steadfast force. This made the already battle-hardened members of the Whitebeard pirates even stronger, their fighting power increasing by a large margin. These are just superficial enhancements. The Whitebeard pirates, according to Whitebeard's request, conducted a large-scale combined ability training that would make the world tremble. Regarding armament hockey, however, this is an absolutely confidential skill combination, and is one of the Whitebeard pirates' trump cards against the world government. Shiki the Lion. "Are you ready?" Whitebeard smiled, turned his head to look at the fully healed golden lion Shiki, and opened his mouth to ask. Shiki the golden lion raised his head and puffed out his chest, proudly saying, "Of course. Even though the pirate ship all images harmony is many times larger than mine, it still can't defeat me." Fresh flower bridge. Golden lion Shiki's floating fruit ability can make a giant sitting island float in the sky. All things harmony naturally, no problem. Very good. Whitebeard nodded. That black moon-shaped Whitebeard, a sign of Whitebeard's absolute confidence. He turned his head to look towards the other side of Burndy World. World, what about you? Burndy World old man did not hesitate. After following Whitebeard, became even more determined and leisurely, as if returning to the fierce fighting spirit of his youth. He loudly said, "Of course not asking. 10 times the speed, no problem." Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. "In addition, we also need you to control that cannon." Whitebeard is just that one machine's greatest improvement, the most terrifying destructive force of the planet's fortress. Especially Burndy World made. Hidden Earth Science and Technology Fortress. With the current strength of the Whitebeard pirates, they can only build one machine. Enough to prove how difficult it was to build that kind of fortress. It is no exaggeration to say that its destructive power is absolutely the world's #1. Of course, Burndy World MOMO Fruit's ability can make the fortress become 100 times larger, causing the cannonball to accelerate 100 times. The cannonball's power is even 100 times farther than SSJ-1. This is also his confidence, rest assured. One cannonball is enough to pierce the Navy headquarters. Everyone also understood. The premise of a cannonball that penetrated the Navy headquarters was to make a Kainu, a strong person who could block cannonballs, unable to withdraw to deal with it. Now, I declare to the world, the Whitebeard pirates will trample the Navy headquarters. Let a Kainu kid wash his neck clean, wait to be killed. As Whitebeard's voice fell, the Whitebeard pirates officially announced to the world that all members of the Whitebeard pirates would be posted to the Navy headquarters and trample the Navy headquarters. The sea is blue and the sky is clear. The salty sea breeze gently blows across the sea surface, making people feel extremely comfortable and pleasant. This is the symbolic place of peace and justice, the new naval headquarters. The original G1 branch of the New World Marines, after Akainu's predecessor as the Navy headquarters marshal, increased its attacks on the New World pirates, demonstrating Akainu's thoroughly righteous ideas, and moved the Navy headquarters to the New World, switching places with the original G1 branch. As a huge military island, as the world's strongest naval force headquarters base, even the sea on all 4 sides is a piece of harmony and calm. Even in the arrogant pirate New World, there is still no such eyeless pirate gang that dares to set up 37 near the Navy headquarters, let alone oppose the Navy. Boom. Originally, the blue waves were rolling quietly on the sea surface. One by one the warships appeared. One by one the fleets continuously appeared. From all directions, warships of varying sizes rushed over. These are all elite marine forces recruited by Akainu from the 4 seas, east, south, west, and north. Each of these warships carries a navy with terrifying combat power. The number of warships is unprecedented in history, the great scene, shocking incomparable people's hearts. This is an unprecedented large-scale naval operation. In naval history, there has never been such a prosperous, powerful, and numerous naval force. In the faraway pirates, through binoculars, a glance from afar will all get goosebumps all over. Seeing so many naval warships, all will have chills down their spines. This unprecedented naval force makes people's scalps numb. Shocking beyond compare. Not to mention pirates, even the Navy group, seeing so many military forces gathered, also felt incomparably shocked. Unprecedented. This word can absolutely not have a bit of exaggeration. Great action in the prosperous world. From Akainu opened the prosperous Navy. The whole world was shocked. However, right at the unprecedented naval gathering, a shocking news that caused a stir in the entire world, like a tsunami, swept across the entire world in a flash. Whitebeard pirates officially declare war on the Navy. The Whitebeard pirates are heading towards the Navy headquarters. This news, without a doubt, was like a thunderclap, causing the new world to explode. And even more so, it created a huge wave of waves, causing the entire world to completely shake. Hurry! No! This is tyrannical. Declare to the whole world, fight the Navy headquarters. What hockey? In this world, except for Whitebeard, I'm afraid there isn't anyone else who dares to be so arrogant, right? Right, double take. The whole world was completely shaken. Whitebeard this time was really crazy enough. Enough hockey. Through historical records until now, no one dared to officially declare war on the Navy headquarters. Especially in such a prosperous naval force situation. Unprecedented naval force, gathering the New World Naval Headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates at such a time. Declared war on the naval headquarters. The current strength of the Navy headquarters is absolutely unprecedentedly strong. In history, it is also absolutely the strongest moment. Also don't forget, the Whitebeard pirates are also the strongest at the moment. Golden Lion. Shiki. Burndy World. Miss Gao Jihong Patrick. Redfield. There is no place that is not on par with the Pirate King Roger. The 16 captains under Whitebeard's flag. Sand. Crocodile. Moonlight. Moria and the zombie Kadu. Anyone, even if they're looking at the New World, are the same super pirates. Not only these, there are also many more super pirate crews who have also joined Whitebeard's flag. So terrible. At that time, when people saw the major pirate crews under Whitebeard's flag from all directions, rushing towards the Navy headquarters at full speed, they were once again violently shocked. It turned out that all these declarations of war were real. The terrible battle is coming again. Whitebeard pirates. They dare to provoke our Navy headquarters at this time. On the island of the Navy headquarters, the elite Marines from the 4 seas were also in an uproar. Humph. No matter how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are, they are absolutely no match for us. Navy Major General Lieutenant General rank officers, all towards this naval force, have absolute confidence. No, they're crazy. But truly feel the terrifying military force gathered by the 4C soldiers, that kind of confidence that comes from deep within the heart, a fixed confidence towards this naval force. Whitebeard pirates, this time, is no different than seeking death. 3-7. The elite Marines all became extremely confident, gathering the 4C soldiers. How could they be scared by just one pirate gang? Come and fight. Let the Whitebeard pirates come a little more fiercely. Not a single Marine retreated. They were infected by the officers' confidence. They were shaken by the 4 Marines' combined strength. A steady confidence was transmitted in the hearts of every Marine. They long to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Only then can we truly demonstrate the unstoppable, invincible naval force. I didn't think the Whitebeard pirates would take the initiative to attack. Navy headquarters in the town, a simple and unpretentious yet bright red grand building inside, such a large Navy conference room, filled with Marine officers from all over the sea. Major and above, only those qualified to participate, silver-haired staffed Suru, voice carried surprise said. Everyone's heart was in turmoil because of that vibration. The Whitebeard pirates chose to take the initiative at this moment. Surprise is surprise, unexpected is unexpected, but it did not make many Navy officers change their expressions. Because they were even more certain in their hearts that the Navy would definitely win this battle. Whitebeard. He's getting crazier and crazier. 14-inch. Akaina sighed and said the same thing. But his dark face, while speaking, revealed a smile that came from deep within his heart. But Akainu was always cautious in his speech. When he smiled, it was really a bit ugly. Some of the smiles were even more unsightly than crying. The originally hasty Akainu, but after being repeatedly suppressed by Whitebeard, became more and more calm. Becoming more and more terrifyingly calm. On the contrary, Whitebeard gave the whole world a kind of incomparable crazy feeling. Whitebeard is so arrogant. Whoever provokes him, Whitebeard must take the initiative to take action and destroy him. The 4th Emperor's ant is like that. The Yonko Keidu is also like that. Now the Navy headquarters is also like that. Whitebeard's domineering, causing the whole world to stir at the same time, also caused Akainu to start laughing secretly. The crazier he is, the more likely we are to win. Akainu said so. The New World Navy headquarters is like a wall of iron, even a fly cannot dream of entering or leaving. And once Akainu gathered the elite soldiers of the 4 seas, they had terrifying and peerless fighting power. Even if the Whitebeard pirates entered the Navy headquarters, they would still think of going out. Whitebeard knows that we have gathered the best soldiers from all over the world, yet he still chooses to challenge us at this time. I'm afraid that this battle won't be simple. Sitting alone at the side, a short-haired, white-haired old man spoke heavily. His voice was not loud, but his short words made people's hearts tremble. The old man continued to speak in a deep voice. In this battle, we must be careful. Don't underestimate the enemy. Wow! Many Navy officers' eyes fell on the old man who was speaking. After recognizing the old man's identity, many naval officers couldn't help but suddenly have their faces shake. General, coming from the 4 Navy gates, could not help but gasp in a breath of cold air. Not wrong. This white-haired old man, with short hair and a bright demeanor, is the former Navy Marshal, currently the Commander-in-Chief of the entire Army, and is known as the Cyborg, the world's highest government level below, the supreme power people, commander of the entire Army. Many naval officers never thought that this campaign would have the Commander-in-Chief personally come. What everyone doesn't know is that, since the former Navy headquarters Admiral Sengoku died under Whitebeard's sword, Gang Skeleton Kong has been guarding the Navy headquarters. Akainu behind the man. It's him, Gangu Kong. Naturally, this time, we don't just have to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu's eyes revealed an extremely determined confidence, along with a fierce killing intent. Revealing without reservation, this old man will let Whitebeard and his pirate crew, everyone, all die in this war. Akainu's powerful aura made everyone's hearts shiver. That's right, this time. We must make all the members of the Whitebeard pirates fall. We can't give them any chance to rise again. Even Gangu Kong also said so as to cut iron. On one occasion, the Summit War, Whitebeard died on the spot. The Whitebeard pirate crew suffered heavy damage to their vitality and was left behind. No one ever thought of it. 1 year later, Whitebeard leads the once again resurgent Whitebeard pirates, wanting to proactively launch a world-changing war against the Navy headquarters. This time, again want to continue the Summit War. Regardless of whether it's the Navy headquarters or the Whitebeard pirates, they all think the same. The Summit War continues. This time the Navy headquarters must completely destroy the Whitebeard pirates. And the Whitebeard pirates are equally clear, want to find the Marine headquarters, kill Akainu, and trample the Marine headquarters. Otherwise, Akainu and the Marines will continue to find trouble with the Whitebeard pirates. Since Whitebeard's rebirth, Akainu has not stopped conquering Whitebeard since 800. Once, twice, 3 times, completely angered Whitebeard. With Whitebeard's personality, how could he ignore Akainu? Let Akainu stab him in the back. Before, Kaido, this big trouble, was not solved, but now it is different. Kaido has been removed, leaving only Blackbeard hiding in some unknown dark place. Whitebeard suddenly wants to take action against Akainu. Whitebeard either doesn't make a move, but once he does, it will definitely be a lightning strike. Akainu and the Navy headquarters are not worried at all. They have absolute confidence in this war. No matter how the Whitebeard pirates strengthen this time, the Navy headquarters will definitely be able to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu's eyes swept over each and every Marine officer on the spot, showing confidence in them. Akainu was extremely satisfied. You guys can just let go and kill the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. As for Whitebeard, this old man will naturally slaughter him. New World. A thundercloud covered the island above. The evil and vicious Blackbeard group was resting on a bare rock mountain. Behind them, all the strangely shaped corpses of giant beasts were piled up like mountains, fresh blood staining the ground red. Captain, what the hell is this place? The way the champion Jesus, Burgess, gasping for breath, just reproachfully said. On his body there were many deep and shallow wounds. Fresh blood stained his clothes. Also did not know if it was his own blood or the blood of those Weno beasts that died under its 2 punches. Is to escape Whitebeard crazy revenge. Blackbeard Teach led the Blackbeard pirates, all, steal to the desolate New World Island. It can be said that the suffering, the New World's various deserted island Weno beasts, let the Blackbeard pirates, all feel difficult to deal with. This Weno Island beast is a huge system. The destructive power is terrifying and also very difficult to kill. And with one move, the entire small island of wild beasts unanimously opposed the Blackbeard pirate crew. Although the Blackbeard pirates eventually slaughtered all the wild beasts, they still suffered a lot. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach grinned like a madman, revealing a mouth full of missing teeth. His smile was tough and sinister, cruel and greedy. Beneath his rough and crazy appearance, there was a madness that made people's scalps tingle. The game has just begun. What's so hard about this? Lafitte's face remained paralyzed, the corners of his mouth twitching. Following such a crazy captain, he really was speechless. Samwon Wolf's face was full of anger and said, "Damn Whitebeard. Why don't we fight the Whitebeard pirates? Just kill Whitebeard. Why do we have to avoid Tibet everywhere? This is the most annoying thing to do. The Blackbeard pirates have clearly captured the 4 emperors' ants' territory. Result: Whitebeard first, Blackbeard a group of all staff defected. Still want to avoid Tibet, eh? According to Blackbeard's words, it's not time to fight Whitebeard to the death, the opportunity has not come yet. When could be the best time? This made the other members of the Blackbeard pirates extremely upset. They were also the 4 emperors, they could have killed Whitebeard once, but when they saw Whitebeard coming, they had to run away. This was simply a huge humiliation. Let the whole world mock. But the escape route seemed a bit too desolate. The deserted island was full of wild beasts, causing a lot of suffering for the group. Captain, it seems we have received some bad news. At this moment, Van Augur, who was covering one eye with an eye patch, quickly ran over from the other side of the island. Although his face did not show much urgency, his voice carried a faint anger. Blackbeard grinned like crazy. Thief, ha 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 ha. Bad news? It really makes people look forward to it. At this time, what else can be called bad news? The current situation is not bad enough. What bad news is there? Compared to the current all the staff struggling to return the broken, Van Augur's mouth twitched. Whitebeard pirates. Go attack the New World Navy headquarters. Boom. This news, like a thunderclap on the flat ground, brought a group of Blackbeard pirates members to a fierce shock. Old woman Katarina's muscles. Devon gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Damn Whitebeard pirates." A group of Blackbeard pirates gnashed their teeth. Damn it. The Blackbeard pirates, in order to avoid a direct battle with the Whitebeard pirates, fled everywhere, struggling to the extreme. What was the result? As a result, Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates completely ignored their Blackbeard pirates. But go attack the New World Navy headquarters. Don't look. Naked do not look. Completely do not see them. As always, he was gasping for breath. Q also fiercely said, hateful. Still like this, you don't even consider our Blackbeard pirates. Whitebeard. Hateful. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach was laughing loudly, laughing so hard that he flipped over, but in his smile, there was a trace of cruelty and brutality. Everyone could see that Blackbeard Teach was also very uncomfortable. Only, Blackbeard was not angry, but happy. The excitement is unusually exciting, even vaguely making people a kind of crazy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Blackbeard screamed. Buzz buzz buzz. In Blackbeard's fist, the air was violently shaken, forming a spatial vibration wave. The terrifying vibration ability, he had completely grasped it all. This terrifying earthquake's destructive force seemed to be enough to shatter this deserted island with just a slight movement. Buzz buzz buzz. Blackbeard another fist. Pitch black like abyss black energy appeared, making people's scalp numb, back cold all over. Grabbing a large barrel of wine Basco. Shot. Instantly sobered up. Captain, you won't be planning to go participate in this battle between Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters right now. Want to participate in this battle? Lafitte's face was paralyzed, also full of fear. The result will probably be very miserable. Everyone knows clearly, like a mantis catching a cicada and a sparrow lurking behind, their Blackbeard pirates are sparrows. One side is the Whitebeard pirates, the other side is the Navy headquarters, being that Sparrow is not that good. Because, standing tall on the top of the world for 500 years, the world government has a profound background that makes it impossible for anyone to follow, and has never made a move before. Moreover, there are other New World forces lurking behind the scenes. Blackbeard is showing a crazy look. That is a gambling maniac. That's how he shows it. Life or death is up to fate. If you're afraid you will lose, come on. Let the storm come a little more fiercely. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard pirates each had a tsunami in their hearts. Black, Money Star, Teach's beard was crazy, far beyond their normal perception of Blackbeard. Even if a madman came out of Impel Down LV, 6th floor, he still can't compare to Blackbeard, a maniac who loves gambling like his life. Captain is as absolute as it gets, then. What else is there to say? New World Navy headquarters. We, the Blackbeard pirates, are here. Killing Whitebeard? Thinking about it still makes my blood boil a bit. This is truly a life and death chess match that makes one look forward to it. Bring me another barrel of good wine. One day in the New World. The Blackbeard pirate crew, led by Blackbeard Marshal D, Teach, Lafitte, Van Augur, Jesus, Burgess, Document Q, Catarina. Devon, San Juan Wolf. Vasco. Shot, Avalo. Pizarro. Several squadron captains, along with Blackbeard under the flag of the fleet, set off towards the New World Navy headquarters. New World Navy headquarters. This day the sky was clear and sunny. The sea surface was calm and strange on such a large headquarters square, countless neatly dressed, tall, chest-outstretched Marines under the warm sunlight were orderly guarding the base dock. The original G-1 branch base, now the Navy headquarters, gathers from the southeast, northwest, and four seas together with the Navy headquarters' original military forces. Known as the strongest squad in history. Among the upper echelons of officers, there is also the best Navy Marshal, the current Navy Marshal, Gang Gu Kong, who holds the position of Vice Admiral, and replaces Akainu in inspecting the tactical guidance and pre-battle arrangements. The Navy Conference made the final decision to counter each other's schemes. The Whitebeard pirates released vicious words, wanting to invade the headquarters base. Akainu and Gang Skeleton Kong unanimously made the decision. Immediately at the Navy headquarters, general who invaded the Whitebeard pirates, capture them all in one net. Not only that, Akainu even tried to invite the world press, along with major magazines, to the 920th edition of the Navy's Jinyuan base to watch the battle. Invite them to compose a report and report on this tragic outcome of the Whitebeard pirates first. There is also a more direct action. Akainu personally arranged for a phone camera to be used. At the major trading docks of the New World, the Red Line Holy Land of Mariewa, the major docks of the Sabaody Archipelago, the original naval headquarters, the Judicial Island, etc., large island docks, are all equipped with projection telephone lines, connecting to the new naval headquarters, conducting live telephone lines broadcast. This time, I want the whole world to fully understand the reality. Even if it's as powerful as the Whitebeard pirates in front of the Navy, I still have one outcome, and that is a miserable defeat. Justice will definitely dispel all evil. This is Akainu at the Uehara conference speaking. Also give the entire Navy headquarters a set of Din Tam Hone medicine to the Marines, to make them more confident. For sea soldiers is not a joke. The Marshal will personally kill Edward Newgate. And we from the 4C elites must completely destroy the entire Whitebeard pirates. This is our ultimate honor. And it will be broadcast live. The whole world can see our majestic and heroic stance. Bet your life. Also want to be in this great battle. Brilliant glory. Possessing Marines all burning with passion. To be able to let the whole world witness them pouring out their blood and throwing themselves into a mad war, this is a huge honor for the Navy. Moreover, the person they are about to fight is the Whitebeard pirates. Once again dominate the New World, become the world's strongest pirate crew. If you can shine in such a brilliant battle, you will be famous all over the world. Countless Marines' fighting spirit resounded, each blood vessel bulging. This is Akainu's genius. Just one action, invisibly, mobilized the entire army's momentum. At this time, Akainu already had a very skillful marshal. Navy headquarters on this small island town. People come and go endlessly. These are all drafts of reports the Navy invited to write. The Whitebeard pirates are so bold as to declare that they want to invade the iron wall of the Navy headquarters. Unbelievable. Coming from the world press, the editor-in-chief said in a non-explaining tone, "Why would the Whitebeard pirates be so proactive and so blatant this time? Could it be that they don't fear the world government's forces at all?" Besides, the Whitebeard pirates seem to have no excuse not to come to the Navy headquarters. This is also what everyone else is wondering. On one occasion during the Marineford Summit, it was because the Navy headquarters took Ace hostage. The most important and precious son of Whitebeard, Ace had no choice but to go to Marineford. But this time, again, why? Maybe Whitebeard wants revenge. Someone said in surprise. If said like that, it can also be considered as a reason. Revenge on the Navy, of course, is revenge at the Navy headquarters, the most domineering, the most comfortable. It's just too dangerous. Perhaps it was Admiral Sakazuki who targeted Whitebeard over and over again, completely angering Whitebeard. Since Whitebeard's resurrection, the Navy under Sakazuki's command targeted Whitebeard over and over again, targeting the Whitebeard pirates. With Whitebeard's domineering and unrestrained personality, how could he easily forgive such a thing? Some people also speculate like that. The Summit War and the Golden City, The Whitebeard pirates and the Old Navy have a new grudge, all together, enough to make Whitebeard furious. It's just. At this crucial moment, actively seeking out the Navy headquarters. What a crazy move. They're in doubt. I feel like the Whitebeard pirates will only come once and never return. Many writers think so. The Navy headquarters before you, with the 4 Marines gathered together, is the strongest in history. The Navy is at its peak. The Whitebeard pirates cannot possibly be defeated. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment on the calm sea surface, countless fireworks exploded loudly exploding into the sky. The sea surface Uehara, originally calm seagulls flying around, panicked and flustered, flapped their wings and escaped. Everyone was so surprised. Whitebeard pirates. Come. Originally the wind was calm and the sea was calm, with blue waves rolling on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, one by one, ferocious pirate ships appeared. They all hung the same pirate flag. The pirate on the white flag with the black moon beard is even more dazzling. Whitebeard pirates. They come. At this moment, everyone suddenly became shocked. No one had ever thought the Whitebeard pirates would come here so fast. At this moment, no matter if it was the Navy headquarters' small towns members, or those watching the live broadcast of the Pirate Islands battle through their mobile phones, they all shook. The great decisive battle is about to completely explode. Someone said so shakingly. That's right. Whitebeard and Akainu are really fighting. The terrifying battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines is erupting. The great battle that shook the hearts of the people had already broken out, like a flood that had already happened and was unstoppable. The Whitebeard pirates under their flag. One pirate ship after another simultaneously opened fire towards the Navy headquarters, countless densely packed cannonballs bombarding past. Each bullet's power far surpasses any cannonball anyone has ever seen before. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the entire Navy headquarters was shaken violently. The cannonballs exploded violently, deafening. Seeing such a situation, the entire world's every pirate island, Marines, everyone was extremely shocked. The Whitebeard pirates' cannonballs are too powerful. It's beyond imagination. Within the Navy, each and every warship welcomed the pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates' flag. With perfect warships and in the past, the fierce cannon fire was flawless, but this time, under the attack of each and every pirate ship under the Whitebeard pirates' flag, they were fiercely suppressed. Suppressing firepower of the warship. What kind of shocking event is this? How scary. The Whitebeard pirates under the pirate ship's flag have the firepower to suppress a warship. What kind of concept is this? What a great scare. Seeing such a situation, many writers, editors, and journalists in the small town all became panic-stricken. Too scary. Whitebeard, the ship's captain, had not yet appeared, but he was already able to suppress the warship with his firepower. The Whitebeard pirates' improved cannonballs actually have such terrifying destructive power. At this moment, everyone clearly saw how terrifying and shocking the Whitebeard pirates' improved cannonballs were. Every single cannonball that bombards out unexpectedly will produce power several times greater than normal cannonballs. Not only is the power increased many times, even the shooting range has been improved, increasing the distance greatly. On the sea, each and every Whitebeard pirate ship under the pirate flag continuously bombarded out terrifying destructive cannonballs. Every cannonball that bombarded the warship would suffer heavy losses. Under the fierce cannonballs, flames rose to the sky, and each warship suffered varying degrees of damage. I don't know how many Navy soldiers fought. Their bodies were destroyed by artillery fire below. Even the warships were blown up and destroyed continuously. Marshal. The battlefield is extremely unstable. A lieutenant general urgently reported. The expression on his face was extremely tense. Such a mood originally should not have appeared on the face of a headquarters lieutenant general. To be promoted to headquarters lieutenant general was enough to prove its powerful strength. The battlefield experience was rich, but now facing the Whitebeard pirates, it made this lieutenant general's face show an inappropriate mood. Marshal. The Whitebeard pirates' cannonballs' power far surpasses the Navy's cannonballs by several times. Not only that, now our army can only be passively beaten, because the Whitebeard pirates have not yet entered our cannon firing range. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Noisy. This moment, At the scene of the officers, there was a commotion. Powerful warship, first time, ever, first time appearing, can only be passively attacked. The Whitebeard pirates' fortress shooting range is actually so terrifying. Vibrate. Shocking beyond compare. Together with urgent. Every single naval officer was frowning. Their hearts were like a tsunami, incomparably shocked. The Whitebeard pirates' range of fire was extremely long. The pirate ship was far away. Relying on the fortress's range advantage, they shot the warship. But the artillery ship was too close to fire, so it could only be passively attacked. Can't you stop those cannonballs? Akainu's face was a bit unsightly. He turned his head to look at the lieutenant general beside him. It's a cannonball, it can shake our army? Reporting, Marshal. This lieutenant general was specifically in charge of the frontline battleships, so he was the one who knew best what kind of battle situation was currently on the battlefield. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said a sentence that shocked the entire audience once again. Those strangely shaped cannonballs fired by the Whitebeard pirates are impossible to block. Because, once blocked, there will be a huge explosion on the spot. Our army first tried to block the naval cannon fire. All were sacrificed. Hearing this, Akainu's expression instantly changed greatly. Not only Akainu, the faces of the marine officers present all changed. They were all shocked. Before the transmigration, the soul with the title 439-9007 was a special forces soldier, an undercover drug lord. Proficient in all kinds of cannonballs, fortresses, guns, although in the pirate world under the conditions, it is impossible to create the most terrifying cannonballs. Maybe under the help of the devil's ability, it can also produce cannonballs with power far surpassing this world. The fortress's firing range increased several times, and the cannonball's power also increased countless times. That special-shaped cannonball is designed to explode directly upon hitting an obstacle. It's not some simple cannonball from the pirate world. Swords and sabers intend to cut cannonballs? No offense. You slashed down at the same time. The cannonball instantly exploded. That explosive power was terrifying. Will make you die on the spot. 2 years no. What about using a fist to knock away a cannonball? Does not exist. No matter how much hockey you use, it's still bare-handed strength. As long as you try to block a cannonball, the cannonball will explode on the spot. Therefore, the Navy sacrificed countless naval elites. Stop, explode on the spot, sacrifice on the spot. If you don't stop, you will be bombarded by cannonballs. People are bombing from long range. Your Navy can only be passively attacked. At this moment, all the officers were slightly shocked, became agitated, and their scalps went numb. Hateful A. A general from the East Sea clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. That hateful Whitebeard pirates. They actually created such an exaggerated cannonball. Damn it. If you have the ability to fight our army head-on, just sent out to fight the Whitebeard pirates' vanguard team. Most of them are from the East Sea Marines. The battle had just begun, and their navy suffered extremely heavy losses. Rumor has it that this is Whitebeard's own improvement. How terrifying. A lieutenant general felt his scalp numb and his back cold. Extremely long range, terrifying destructive power, can't stop cannonballs. All of these things came from Whitebeard's hands. Unbelievable. Many officers were terrified. But before he didn't see the improved cannonball Akainu, now he really saw the effects and power of the cannonball. Originally Akainu released vicious words. No matter how Whitebeard improved the cannonballs, he still could not describe this battle, could not even stir up a little ripple in the battle. Their navy has an absolute military advantage, absolutely crushing the Whitebeard pirates. This kind of large-scale battle itself decides the victory or defeat of the battlefield. The key to left and right battles should be the main force of lieutenant general or above. Exactly. Reality is fiercely slapped Akainu. A resounding slap. Whitebeard just relied on this cannonball improvement, causing the navy to suffer heavy losses and suffer a lot. If now let the Whitebeard pirate ship far away on the sea, do whatever it wants. The navy's warships, sooner or later, will all be sunk. Up to this point, the Whitebeard pirates took the opportunity to invade the island base. The loss on the navy side would be unusually heavy. Left and right battlefield also cannot be not thick, because Whitebeard's improved artillery shells are truly terrifying. The destructive power of the cannonballs increased to a certain extent. Combined with extremely long-range shooting, it can absolutely take over the battlefield. So, the Navy now needs to urgently resolve this huge problem. Originally looked down on Akainu's cannonballs, now encountered unprecedented trouble. Just because of Whitebeard's small move, the entire Navy fell into unprecedented danger. This is the consequence of looking down on Whitebeard. Even if it's just a small action, there can't be any contempt. Otherwise, the consequences are unpredictable. Then take the cannon fire, aiming at the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu's heart was filled with indignation. His expression was extremely unsightly. Even at the border army's gate, he felt a faint, terrifying tremor in his heart. Withstand the fierce fire, press forward. This is the only fighting measure, but this invisible form, equivalent to weakening the naval force, clearly lost not only that is heading towards collision in the process of sacrificing naval force. Marshal, if that's the case, our army will probably lose a lot of troops. The lieutenant general spoke anxiously. Losing a lot of troops, other than that, what better solution is there? Why don't you let me sit on a small boat, get close to them, and kill them? This word came from a great headquarters lieutenant general, whose strength was considered to be that of a new headquarters lieutenant general, and was also an absolute top existence. The strength is almost limitless, General. Humph. Let the top combat force go and deal with Whitebeard's weakest soldier. This is what Whitebeard wants to see. Akainu coldly snorted, feeling humiliated like someone intentionally insulted him. Let the lieutenant general take a small boat to destroy those pirate ships in the distance from Whitebeard. Could Whitebeard not have thought of this? As Akainu said, all of this was within Whitebeard's predictions. He intentionally humiliated Akainu. If the opponent was someone else, Akainu might not be able to look at humiliation and use any means to march. But against the number 1.7, Whitebeard, Akainu probably wouldn't do that because Whitebeard would definitely secretly go easy on the more difficult-to-solve methods, deliberately setting traps, waiting for Akainu to take the bait. This is not only humiliating. Once Akainu sends his top combat force to deal with the long-range infantry, the combat force of the island base will be greatly weakened. If by any chance the top combat force of the Whitebeard pirates descends upon the base, the consequences would be unimaginable. If we take on the fierce artillery fire that is rushing forward, we will clearly lose our military strength. Sending out the leading combat force will leave the headquarters base empty. As expected of Whitebeard. What a scheme! Kong, who had been sitting silently on the side, now opened his mouth to speak. His voice carried a bit of hoarseness along with heavy anger. Even the Navy's commander-in-chief, Kong Gu, was also somewhat terrified of Whitebeard's methods. Can't be afraid. Whitebeard's small trick caused the Navy, which was counted in the thousands of elite Marines, to suffer much pain and suffer heavy losses. Even the naval officers sitting there couldn't help but get headaches. There is basically no way to deal with this. This is Whitebeard. Indeed extraordinary, indeed not something ordinary people can resist. It was as if Akainu had gathered the 4 Marines ahead of schedule, gathering countless elite Marines, an unprecedented battle strength in history. In the end, Whitebeard suppressed them with a small trick of firepower. Completely suppressed, there was no reason to say so. Whitebeard is indeed a bit scary. Gangu Kong was already an extraordinary old man, but the older he was, the more terrifyingly calm he was. After all, he was not an ordinary person. He could serve as the Navy headquarters marshal, and after retirement, he could still serve as the Navy commander-in-chief. He could not be described as an old man. His methods and his mind are extremely terrifying. To be exact, the word old immortal is the most appropriate. Commander-in-chief. Is there any good solution? Many Navy officers' eyes couldn't help but move from Akainu to Gang Skeleton Kong. This former Navy admiral and current generalissimo had become everyone's expectation. Everyone was looking forward to Lord Gang Skeleton Kong having a complete strategy to defeat Whitebeard's schemes at a small price. If Koza says so, it's easy to do. No one ever thought that Gangu Kong would say such a thing. Former Navy Admiral Koza, who was competing with Akainu for the position of Admiral, left the Navy after losing. Reached some kind of undisclosed agreement with Blackbeard. At the Golden Castle in that battle, Koza broke everyone's glasses and attacked Whitebeard. The final result was that Koza was seriously injured and fled, never to appear again in anyone's sight. Especially Akainu, absolutely did not expect that at this time. The Steel Bone Kong would talk about Koza. Of course, if Koza were to say it, it would be much easier to do. His freezing ability was so great that the Ice Age could completely freeze the sea, making many of the Whitebeard pirates' ships unable to advance. This would make them live targets for the Navy. It's just incredibly unfortunate. Koza can never return. We can't put our hopes on a Marine who is no longer a Marine, eh? Akainu was extremely unhappy inside, but he did not show it. He had become more and more calm, more and more able to control his emotions. Especially under the eyes of everyone, he was even more unable to reveal his inability to lie, just like this old man said. Charge forward at full speed and kill, fight closely with the Whitebeard pirates. No matter how powerful their artillery is, it will lose its effect. Gang Gukong suddenly fell silent. He didn't say anything more. It was a tacit acknowledgement of Akainu's method. This is also no way solution. Very fast, Akainu gave the order and went down. The vanguard, each and every warship, crazily accelerated, withstanding the Whitebeard pirates' extremely fierce cannon fire, advancing at full speed, charging towards the Whitebeard pirates. Time in the tense air below, quickly disappearing. After receiving Akainu's order, the warship forced its way into the battle line, in the process of killing, losing who knows how many elite Marines, even losing who knows how many warships. Finally, with such heavy losses, the vanguard fleet rushed into the range of the warship's artillery fire, so that first, the Navy could use artillery fire to fight back against the Whitebeard pirates, and with counterfire, the Navy's losses were greatly reduced. Behind the vanguard team followed the remaining warships, also under the vanguard team maintenance, rushed into the firing range. Follow. The Navy warship is getting closer to the Whitebeard pirates' pirate ship, opening up close range to fight and kill. Strictly trained Marines obviously have an absolute advantage in close combat. Get no ordinary achievement. Obtaining this news, the commander of the Akainu Square waiting for a general, all revealed long-lost smiles. A pretty good achievement. A lieutenant general reported like that, the wrinkles on his face finally relaxed, revealing a smile. Surely, the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses. Haha. Finally. Can fiercely teach the arrogant Whitebeard pirates a lesson. Another lieutenant general said so fiercely. A certain lieutenant general from the West Sea couldn't help but flatter. The marshal's idea is truly very effective. In close combat, those lazy pirates are far from our elite Marines' opponents. Even Akainu couldn't help but smile. This old man is not talking nonsense. The current loss of pirate ships and personnel of the Whitebeard pirates is probably worse than our Navy, right? Akainu rarely spoke in such a tone. Everyone could even see a very refreshing expression on Akainu's face. Reporting to Marshal, news has come from the front. 3 pirate ships of Whitebeard pirates, King Zhao, have been destroyed. Countless pirates. The messenger first conveyed the news to Akainu. This made Akainu feel unusually refreshed. Suppressed by the Whitebeard pirates' firepower, now finally proud. This is a very refreshing thing. Possessing a group of naval officers, all of them revealed happy smiles. Maybe, right now. Another messenger soldier rushed in and hurriedly reported, Marshal. The latest news has just come from the front lines. After confirmation, the destroyed Whitebeard pirate ship and all the pirates on the newly appeared Whitebeard pirate ship are all zombies. This news just came out, in a flash, including Akainu inside. All the Marine officers, the smiles on their faces, all instantly froze. Akainu's smile on his face instantly froze. That very refreshing expression, even more, is instantly distorted. The Navy used up all its strength, withstood the terrifying firepower, suffered heavy losses, and finally approached the Whitebeard pirate ship. All of them were zombies. What situation? Using firepower to suppress the Whitebeard pirates' navy. All of them are zombies. Damn it. The lieutenant generals who had just revealed smug smiles were gritting their teeth. On their faces, the more colorful the expression, the more colorful the expression. Just now still laughing very heartily. The next second, possessed smile stiffened, possessed refreshing distorted shape, became indignation. Whitebeard was teased and resented. No one ever thought that Whitebeard would have zombies as his vanguard. Suicide Squad, that's right, it's completely a zombie suicide squad. That's right, the zombie army said, why didn't we? The vanguard, notice it first. There were many officers who expressed their disbelief. Even Akainu found it difficult to understand. The zombie's face is stiff, you can tell at a glance. 700 because zombies can wear makeup. Promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, Hina suddenly opened her mouth to speak. As a woman, she naturally knows how to put on makeup. The officers inside. A group of big bosses almost fainted one by one. Makeup? Such a simple principle. Small tricks, but brought the entire Navy to play in the palm of the hand. Whitebeard. Those 3 words seemed to have a devilish quality, making anyone who heard them lose their nerve. At this moment, all the Marines deeply felt the fear that Whitebeard brought them. Just using zombie soldiers. They let the Navy suffer heavy losses. In comparison, the Whitebeard pirates could be said to not have lost a single soldier or general, but the Navy suffered heavy losses. Countless warships were sunk, the elite Navy. Also in this desperate charge, countless people died. Where did the Whitebeard pirates get so many zombies? Everyone knows. Gecko Moria submits to Whitebeard under his banner. However, what people don't understand is, why were the Whitebeard pirates able to collect so many zombies in such a short period of time? Was it motivated by Moria? Don't forget, the Whitebeard pirates completely took over Guild Tesoro's assets. The man wearing a righteous coat and a Kobe Marine cap reminded. They probably used the corpses they beat up on Golden Island, along with the corpses of the Beast's pirates. Numb. After thinking it through, all the officers couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This opens the war. The Navy could be said to have been a complete failure. Uncomfortable. Annoying pen. After taking a deep breath, the naval officers all fell silent. Even Akainu and Kong Guts absolutely did not expect that Whitebeard would use such methods to violently defeat the powerful Marines. The 2 armies fought. The beginning of the battle was extremely important. Relations between the 2 armies. If this situation continues, the Whitebeard pirates' morale will suddenly increase, and the Marine headquarters' morale will be sprained by the violence. When the Navy paid a heavy price, the news of the Whitebeard pirates being exterminated by the zombie army reached the ears of the others. Once again caused a stir. The entire small town below, including the editor and the copywriter, simultaneously became abuzz. Whitebeard. Amazing tricks. For such a small price, the Navy suffered such heavy losses. It's unimaginable. Everyone was shocked. This moment. Everyone can see why Whitebeard can be called an era, can write an era. Whitebeard era. Not only is his battle prowess overwhelming, his own strength sweeps the new world, but his methods are also heaven-sent, playing with the entire Navy headquarters in the palm of his hand. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but think. If Sengoku was still around, perhaps he could reduce the Navy headquarters' losses and compete with Whitebeard. No wonder. Whitebeard probably already cut down Sengoku before. If Sengoku were still alive, perhaps this battle, the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't have it so easy. Someone sighed and said, Everyone once again took a breath of cold air. Whitebeard was probably prepared for this battle, killing all of Sengoku's advisors, the other officers. It was basically impossible to casually break through Whitebeard's methods. This type can see far and wide, no one can compare. Everyone could not help but admire. Very quickly, this news spread to every island in the world. The whole world became excited. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy vanguard clash, preparing to end. But at this moment, at the sea battle between the naval headquarters dock and the sea surface, suddenly emerged a series of large bubbles. Gulp, gulp. Strings of air bubbles, rushing out from the bottom of the sea. Boom. Following closely, one by one Whitebeard pirate ships charged from the sea. Whitebeard under the flag, the real pirate crew, appears. The whole world is in a state of shock as the battle enters its most intense phase. Is it really the Whitebeard pirates coming? The Navy all couldn't help but tremble because of that. Their vanguard team was still fighting with Whitebeard's zombie army and suffered heavy losses. At this time, the remaining pirates under Whitebeard's flag appeared one after another, charging towards the Navy headquarters island. In a moment, the scream of killing the sound shook the heavens and earth. The whole world is filled with desolate air. Even the clouds in the sky were shattered. The entire island was covered in cold, murderous aura. Let's fight. Akainu gave a cold command. His voice was extremely serious, carrying an extremely intense killing intent. All the officers who heard Akainu's orders trembled. On the island, groups of Marines were mobilized simultaneously. The warships docked and moved in unison. First it was the vanguard, now it's the entire mobilization. Possessing the navy, they simultaneously fought against the newly emerged Whitebeard under the pirate flag. Fierce battle, deployed in a flash. Cold and ruthless battlefield, blood flew like crazy rain. Fierce gun battles, close-quarter killings, cold weapon contests, physical combat. Demon's true chess abilities. That Shinbok heated up the battle, ruthlessly cold, killing rampantly, people threw blood everywhere. Gathering the 4 Marines, the vanguard suffered heavy losses. But the remaining Marines on the island were still extremely powerful. The Whitebeard pirates' morale was high, unprecedented, fearless of everything. Risking their lives to charge into the naval base on the island dock. The battle was fierce and was constantly raging. Looking at each fallen Marine, each officer couldn't help but clench their fists. The sight of blood flying everywhere constantly stimulated their nerves as soldiers. Each of them wished they could immediately head to the battlefield and participate in this intense battle. Marshal, let's fight. The lieutenant generals were full of enthusiasm and immediately fought. No time. Akainu waved his hand, his eyes filled with anger, but he was calm again. Like a wild dog waiting for an opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow, staring at the battlefield, Whitebeard and his squad leader, haven't appeared yet, you. Wait for this old man's orders. That's right. The battle situation is not optimistic either. Looking at each fallen elite Marine, all the officers had Karinai's eyes wide open. Those are all the soldiers who usually chase after them. Do you want to watch them fall before your eyes? If you can't even do this, then you guys aren't qualified to be officers. Akainu's words were both crude and subtle. This was a way to provoke the border army, forcing them to stay calm, because their best chance to take the field hasn't come yet. Many officers heard this, although they were a bit unconvinced in their hearts, they were still somewhat calm. At this time, still not speaking to Tsuru's staff suddenly walked to Akainu's side. Sakazuki, those soldiers' strength, do we need to use it now? Such a sentence makes everyone speechless. Suddenly, a group of officers were stunned for a moment. Akainu didn't pay attention to this group of knowledgeable officers, but looked at the same steel bone Kong, then turned his head to look at the silver-haired staff officer Tsuru, and said in a deep voice, the timing is not enough. Whitebeard has not appeared yet. Although the Whitebeard zombie army was heavily injured, the Navy headquarters could not possibly have such a small fighting force. Moreover, today Akainu is no longer the same person he was at the beginning of the summit battle. In the summit battle, Akainu immediately knew how to use the separation method to separate Whitebeard's side from Daikwa Traichu squad. Now Akainu, how can he not have a backup? This time, must destroy the Whitebeard pirates, including Whitebeard and all the pirates inside. Akainu almost spat out these words from his teeth, Whitebeard's small tricks. Let his Marines be seriously injured. His heart had long been filled with extreme anger. He just forced himself to calm down. Not even a single one will be spared. Everyone must die. Many officers did not even know where the marshal's confidence came from. In the middle of the story, only Tsuru and Kongu knew. Such a big island on the square. The battle was fierce and was constantly raging. Fresh blood stained the entire pier red. The small town's draftsman group was in an uproar. Witnessing this great battle with their own eyes made people's blood boil. This kind of vibration makes people fight. Everyone cannot help but become enthusiastic. And the battlefield broadcasts live images, similarly transmitted to all over the world. Whether it's the Sabaody archipelago or the rest of the New World's great islands, rumors are spreading about this unprecedented battle. The whole world belongs to chaos and vibration. Why hasn't Whitebeard's shipowner appeared yet? Finally, someone cares about the most important thing. Also Akainu and the others are extremely concerned a little. Whitebeard and his squad leader have not appeared yet. What kind of method will they use to appear at the Navy headquarters? This moment, people all over the world are speculating. Whitebeard's shipowner, Whitebeard, in the end what form will he use to come out? At the beginning of the Summit War, Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, appeared from the bottom of the sea. Shocked countless people. Many people recalled the initial summit battle. That image seemed to be right before their eyes. The shock was incomparable. This time, Whitebeard's shipmaster will also appear from the bottom of the sea with a membrane. The remaining pirate ships under Whitebeard's flag are also appearing from the bottom of the sea with a membrane. At this moment, countless people are looking forward to Whitebeard's appearance. But in the command room square, Akainu and the others at this moment were frowning. They had originally thought that Whitebeard's ship captain would follow closely behind the remaining pirate ships and then appear from the bottom of the sea in a stealthy manner. Whitebeard, the ship owner. When will he appear? How will he appear? Navy officers inside, I wonder how many people are concerned about this issue. Whitebeard. He really is unpredictable. Suru's staff bent her back, her silver hair graying, in front of the war, appeared even older. Very obviously, she also did not expect this war to break out, but war was inevitable. Could only hope for the Navy's victory. Suru the advisor couldn't help but think of Sengoku. That is called the entire Marine advisor character. Die at Whitebeard's hands. But another one. Garp of the same era as Whitebeard was still alive, but in a true sense, he had completely left the battlefield. On the sea. He chased pirates with his iron fist, 213, Garp for his whole life. After fighting with Whitebeard in a battle, he completely left the fighting arena, never to participate in any battle again. These legendary figures of their era all left the history of the martial arts arena one after another. Maybe Whitebeard is still alive. Not just alive. Even more so in this era. This new era, once again written by Whitebeard. Unimaginable. Unbelievable. Suru suddenly felt himself getting old compared to Whitebeard. And at the same time he was already old and weak. This new era. Is there still a Marine that can fight against Whitebeard? Suru thought to himself inwardly. Whitebeard became more and more terrifying, showing his strength, showing his determination, becoming more and more terrifying. Whitebeard's thoughts became more and more unpredictable, unable to see through. Kongwa's inner thoughts at this time were exactly the same as Suru's advice. He was like that old man and could almost leave the martial arts world. If the Navy inside can appear to completely replace others, Gengu Kong also does not want to appear on the battlefield again. It's just a shame. Currently serving as Marshal Sakazuki, giving up Gengu Kong. Isn't that very reassuring? Why is Whitebeard still able to return to the top? Gengu Kong's heart was complicated. He couldn't figure out how Whitebeard was able to return to the top, once again dominating this vast ocean. But Akainu's point of interest was obviously different from the two old soldiers. Only to see Akainu's eyes sweep across the bloody battlefield, sweep across the dock where the ruins were floating on the sea surface, and finally raise his head, looking towards the sky. Whitebeard. How will he make his appearance? There was no shortage of naval officers, all of whom were frantically speculating. At this moment, almost the entire world is paying close attention to the battlefield. And the most important thing is when Whitebeard will finally appear, and what form and method he will use to appear. Marshal, should we increase our troops even more? The pirates under Whitebeard's flag are too arrogant. Their morale is high, our army's morale is low, which will cause our army to be at a great disadvantage on the battlefield. A commanding officer came to report. Bring all your troops, send them to the battlefield. Akainu's eyes revealed cruelty. This old man doesn't believe. Whitebeard saw his sons all die, and still didn't go to battle. Right. The commander received the order and immediately conveyed Akainu's orders. Right now, the entire Navy headquarters island, including the Navy on the small town, mobilized together, all went into battle. This is the army of the four seas. What a terrifying military force. Almost all out. If Whitebeard and the squad leader were not on the battlefield, this battle would be destined to fall on the side of the Marines. Akainu is forcing Whitebeard to appear before his time. Many officers publicly then, one after another, became cold no. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, in the sky, suddenly came a fierce battle. The originally fierce battle inside the Navy headquarters airspace, that invisible desolation, was instantly destroyed by the shockwave that did not come from this day. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The extremely heavy buzzing sound entered every person on the island's ears. Deafening. Terrifying sound waves descended from the sky, shaking the entire island, as heavy as thunder, even making people unable to help but want to kneel down. Look at the sky quickly. Suddenly, someone suddenly shouted. Just a moment. Possession heard the screams of people. Fiercely raised head. Follow. More and more people shouted, in the sky. The entire island of people simultaneously raised their heads, looking towards the sky. It is where the deafening sound waves come from. Only to see a giant, extremely shaking thing appear in the sky. A huge pirate ship, flying in the sky, such hockey appeared. Shocking people's hearts. That is, all things. Harmony. Whitebeard's ship owner. This moment. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Whitebeard would use this mind-blowing hockey technique like 3.9 to enter the stage. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying waves of air surged down from the heavens. The devastating chi energy swept away the Navy headquarters. At this moment, dust flew, sand flew, rocks ran, ruins were everywhere. Even the buildings on the island town were covered by chi, cracking one after another. This moment. The whole world is amazed. Whitebeard's ship owner all images. Harmony, descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Strong air currents, like long white lines, suddenly pressed down from the sky. At this moment, the entire Navy headquarters was filled with intense rumbling. Every big tree in the small town was bent down by this strong air current, and even the broken tiles on the roofs of the buildings were pushed away by the air currents and rushed down. On the street, people, the more the airflow shouted whether or not to bend down, especially in the vicinity of the Whitebeard Lord's ship falling below the group of Marines. They were completely unable to resist that powerful air current. Even though they were elite Marines, they were still unable to resist this level of terrifying air current. Many Marines started to run away in a panic. Each one was rubbed and fell left and right. Even the Marines who lost strength a little bit when they ran away were pressed down to the ground by the air current, struggling to bear it and slowly escaped. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying 20 waves of air gathered below. The sky was filled with dust and dirt while the Whitebeard mastered the ship, all things. Harmony finally fell to the ground. This overbearing way of appearing is not extremely terrifying. Vibration in everyone. Falling from the sky. Shocking. The small-town Navy headquarters had writers, editors, and other people. All of them were shocked and their mouths were wide open. They looked at the giant thing that had fallen from the sky in the square in a daze. Everyone was completely stunned. Oh my God. Whitebeard, the ship owner. Isn't this too exaggerated? That huge hull, that platform descending from the sky, that extremely exaggerated boat shape. There was not one that did not let everyone on the spot tremble. Is this the ship owner Whitebeard? Someone said admiringly. Some people even felt that this giant thing had a feeling of their legs going soft, and that terrifying hull was truly mind-blowing. This is the new world's #1 pirate ship? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of the world's 10 great pirate ships, the myriad of images before their eyes. Harmoniously. The ship captain of Whitebeard in front of them was the world's true #1 pirate ship. And through the phone projection, the rest of the island people were also shocked by the earthquake. Indeed, in this world, only Whitebeard can do such a hockey feat. On the summit battle once Moby Dick rushed from the bottom of the sea image, still clear before the eyes. This once Whitebeard's myriad images. Harmonious, descending from the sky, more shocking to the hearts of people. The whole world was shocked. The golden lion Shiki's floating fruit ability, coupled with the Burndy world's Mo fruit ability, descending from the heavens, is truly a great spirit. Edward. Newgate. Right now. Akaina stood up from the command platform. He looked towards the giant thing in front of him. His eyes did not hide the slightest bit of anger. Like boiling lava that needed to be erupting, it captured people's hearts. Noisy. Hearing Akainu's words that were nothing more than speculation, everyone couldn't help but become agitated. The ability of the floating fruit, the ability of the Mo fruit. These two types of abilities once again appeared in the eyes of the world from the Whitebeard pirates. The whole world became excited and agitated. But Akainu's tone was not at all beyond speculation, causing many Marines to eat a dose of the heart-calming pill. At least it shows that their marshal had long expected Whitebeard to descend from the sky to this point. La 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 la. A loud and generous laugh from Whitebeard, symbolizing the freedom and harmony of all things, rose from the immense and boundless sky. That open and generous laughter was like the bright sun above the 9th heaven, shining down on the ground, filling the entire heaven and earth, echoing for a long time without stopping. Akaina, little boy. As you wish, I will come find you myself. Whitebeard's tall and handsome figure appeared on the bow of the harmonious ship. The white robe on his body fluttered without wind, and after he swung the 9-meter-long blade, Haki was invisibly increased. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards the harmonious scene in the sky above Whitebeard's ship. That tall and strong figure made everyone shocked. The Marines below couldn't help but feel nervous. Facing the leader of the 4 emperors, facing this domineering return. Facing Whitebeard at that moment, even a veteran of hundreds of battles couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of tension. Invisible 833 inside, there was an extremely terrifying aura, covering everyone. It is an invisible feeling of oppression. Even making them feel like breathing becomes difficult. Whitebeard just stood at the bow of the ship. All the Marines were forced to the point of not being able to raise their heads, under an invisible pressure, squeezing to the point of not daring to breathe. Like ancient soldiers encountering the Supreme Emperor, even head dare not lift for a moment. This is not the Conqueror's Haki, but it was Whitebeard who had a domineering aura. Counted in units of thousands of Marines, facing Whitebeard alone, they didn't even dare to breathe heavily. This is really royal. New World King. This is a vast sea, the Supreme Emperor. Many Marines even had a kind of illusion that the sky was about to collapse, that kind of feeling, extremely real, as if Whitebeard just needed to casually make a move. Then in that moment, he would unleash a terrifying force that could destroy heaven and earth. It's ice, it's earth crack. Originally, the 1,000-mile love sky, at the moment Whitebeard appeared, clouds in the sky poured out, rolling out in all directions. In that situation, even the clouds did not dare to be reckless in front of Whitebeard. Once Whitebeard appears, even the clouds in the sky must disperse. Thousands of miles of white clouds rolled back. The island town was full of people. One after another, they raised their heads to see a scene that shocked people's hearts. Everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. Whitebeard didn't do anything at all, but let the clouds disperse. And the atmosphere of heaven and earth seemed to change. That Whitebeard's tall and imposing figure stood at the bow of the ship. The sky and earth changed color. The clouds gave way. Countless Marines became scared out of their wits. Even their breath was suppressed. They didn't dare to gasp. They didn't dare to lift their heads. In that situation, there must be a lot of vibration. Then there will be a lot of vibration. Whitebeard. Everyone's throats went dry and their eyes widened. That Whitebeard's terrifying aura, how terrifying it is, can only be felt by someone who has actually faced Whitebeard directly. Even in the far distance in the small town, people couldn't help but take half a step back. Huh. A cold snort suddenly resounded throughout the entire Navy headquarters island. Everyone was awakened in an instant. Those Marines who barely dared to breathe heavily suddenly felt their demeanor relax a bit, and the endless pressure that was coming from the sky suddenly dispersed. That kind of numbskull. Cold back, scared out of one's wits feeling suddenly disappeared. Wow. The pressure dissipated in an instant. Everyone couldn't help but gasp for breath. Even some Marines felt like their backs were completely soaked. Marshal. Many Marines couldn't help but look toward Sakazuki's place. At this moment, Akainu, wearing a crimson suit, with a righteous robe fluttering behind him, his entire aura was like a mad beast tearing apart the heavens and earth. Edward. Newgate. Today will definitely be the day your Whitebeard pirates are destroyed. Akainu's body was filled with a lava aura that was enough to distort the air and crack open. It suddenly shook out, causing even the lieutenant generals beside him to involuntarily tremble in their hearts. Martial strength has once again increased. Many Marines felt the temperature around them constantly rising, and their hearts were in turmoil as they secretly said. The summit battle revealed Akainu's unmatched strength. Still below Whitebeard, as the first admiral of the Navy Akainu, how could he easily forgive this kind of thing? In the summit war that passed for more than a year, Akainu, in addition to fighting Akiji once, the more he fought, the more powerful his abilities became. Especially the summit battle in front of Whitebeard humiliating Akainu. The more towards his own strength has new understanding. His ability, once again achieved increase. This little trick. Sakazuki, you plan to perform a circus act in front of me. Whitebeard laughed loudly, fearlessly facing Sakazuki. His eyes were like electricity. His body was like a god or demon. His aura was fierce. The moment he opened his mouth, it was like thunder crashing down on the clouds. The weak Marines all felt their eardrums buzzing, and also said that Navy Admiral Akainu is performing circus. Crazy. Wow! It is in the eyes of no one. Like that ruler of the world, looking down on all royalty. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Extremely volatile makes people afraid. Such words. I'm afraid that except for Whitebeard, no one in this world would dare to say such words. Edward. Newgate, don't be so arrogant. Akainu's eyes were filled with lava. Terrifying boiling high-temperature lava. Even the air could burn. He faced Whitebeard, raised his head. At this moment, suddenly a strong wind swept out in the air between the two of them. Whitebeard pirates have all been found. You wait to be completely destroyed. Boom. As Akainu's words fell, the entire Navy headquarters around the island suddenly appeared from the sea, one giant warship after another. Each and every one of these warships is imposing and majestic. Once it appears, it will surround the entire island's Navy headquarters. Squeak, squeak. The fortress-owning warships mobilized simultaneously, aiming to invade the Whitebeard pirates' headquarters. One pirate ship after another. Originally from the bottom of the sea appeared pirate ship, invaded the Whitebeard pirates' headquarters under the pirate ship flag, involved Whitebeard's ship owner. The entire ship was surrounded by warships. The entire island was besieged to the point where no water could get through. Noisy. At this moment, the whole world was in an uproar. No one thought the Navy headquarters would hide hidden troops. Even though the original Whitebeard pirates' zombie troops were heavily injured, Akainu was not shaken at all. Never mobilizing the use of these stealthy warships. Until the Whitebeard pirates' entire pirate ship appeared, Akainu brought out this trump card, revealing it to the world. Akainu is planning to capture the entire Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. This moment, the whole world was in an uproar. No one ever thought that Akainu could hold back until now. Money, Navy headquarters island small town on everyone, also could not help but become admiration. Is this the Marshal's trick? At this moment, even the headquarters of the Four Seas Army could not help but become mentally shocked. Even these Marines never knew that Admiral Akainu actually had such a trump card, completely aimed at destroying the entire Whitebeard pirate crew. This hand pen really makes people scared. La 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 la. Little Akainu, your little tricks compared to Sengoku are far inferior. Whitebeard's heart-shaking voice, like thunder, exploded in everyone's ears. Little Akainu, you should be worried that your head won't be smashed. Whitebeard's unrestrained voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. No matter whether it was the Navy standing on the square with weapons in hand, or the people in this small town. Even the many Navy soldiers on the warship above the sea, all of them were violently shaken. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the two vanguards were fighting, finally about to end. The Navy on the side won a disastrous victory. The entire Whitebeard pirates' vanguard was killed in action, and although the Navy on the side won, it was also extremely miserable. With only one warship remaining, and the surviving Navy vanguard, only a few hundred people. Victory is not the key. The key is, the Whitebeard pirates used all the zombies. And the Marines. All the casualties were from the 4 elite Marines from the Northeast, Southeast, and Northwest. Equivalent to the Whitebeard pirates not hurting anyone. This is still considered a win. When the battle situation was reported to Akainu, Akainu's entire face instantly turned black. Even let Akainu's face distorted. This is indignation. 363. Fire of anger. Akainu's entire body was like a volcano about to erupt. The boiling lava, suppressed in the fire mountain, could burst out at any moment. Whitebeard, are you ready to welcome your final glory? Akainu's face was gloomy, filled with suppressed anger. Wow! At Akainu's side, one by one the lieutenant generals walked out. These are all from the top combat forces within the Navy, belonging to the steadfast Navy force of the Four Seas. Let me take off Whitebeard's head. Suddenly, a streak of thick white smoke rushed out. The righteous Marine's outer coat fluttered. His lower body turned into white mist, and Smoker, holding a cigar, rushed out. Everyone could not help but roll their eyes. Logia System Mist Fruit Ability User, Navy Lieutenant Admiral Smoker. You little brat. You don't have the right to attack your father. Boom, suddenly, a wild wave of lightning came from all things. A harmonious scroll came out, and following it, a beautiful figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes could not help but light up. An absolutely beautiful woman. It's the cigar-chomping, haughty figure, Sand Jewelry. Crocodile. Logia System saw fruit real ability user. Following the sand. Crocodile stomped out. The wild sand suddenly rolled up. The yellow sand covered the sky, filling the sky with endless darkness. Then fight. Ah! Smoker's face was filled with absolute confidence as he practiced frantically. In just a moment, a long white mist formed in the sky and earth. Abnormalities are easy to see. Just you. Sand. Crocodile's sleeves fluttered. His posture was majestic. His dignity was not inferior to that of a man. His arrogance unconsciously increased. You don't have the qualifications to challenge, father. You also don't have the qualifications to show off in front of me. Boom. In the blink of an eye. The yellow sand of heaven and earth rolled up, layer upon layer, like 10,000 beasts attacking, terrifyingly angry. Sand. Crocodile's body directly transformed into elements. His entire body turned into a long line of sand, bringing with it layers upon layers of sandstorms, rolling back towards Smoker. Boom, boom, boom. Layer upon layer of mist and crazy sand compete. In just a blink of an eye, the crazy sand rolls up the mist, tilting towards the ground. Two people fell from the sky and landed on the square at the same time. Boom. Battles from elemental transformation instantly turned into close combat. Mr. Bifa. The two armed hockey instantly covered themselves, and together they turned into afterimages. Fighting in the middle of a physical contest. After only a few rounds of fighting, Smoker was sent flying by sand. Crocodile. This Lieutenant General Smoker, who was abused by Virgo in the original text, is indeed no match for sand. Crocodile. Especially the one who had returned to the body of a sand girl. Crocodile. She freed her two hands. Freed her body. The strength she gained increased a lot. After following Whitebeard, she was even more guided by Whitebeard. Her armament hockey increased greatly. Her strength was above Smoker. It was also reasonable. Can't take such a blow. Cat. Crocodile jumped up, his whole body aimed at Smoker. Her slender thighs swung. Her long dress parted to reveal a large, clearly defined thigh. In a majestic and heroic posture, he stomped towards Smoker with one foot. Mr. Hockey armament instantly rippled through the sand. Crocodile on foot. This one kick. Smoker wants to be a eunuch even if he doesn't die. Damn it. Smoker's cigars had already fallen to the ground. He cursed. It was slow to say, but happened very quickly. Smoker mysteriously rolled away from the spot, avoiding a violent kick. Boom. Sir Crocodile fell to the ground with one kick. A deep hole was pierced through the ground, and in an instant, the sky and earth were filled with rocks and debris. Smoker raised his head. In his hand was a strangely shaped weapon made from sea rock, suddenly piercing through the sand. Crocodile passed through. Sea stone weapon is the nemesis of Logia-type ability users. This one goes down, afraid that will be in the sand. Crocodile on the chest left an indelible scar. Really? Looking for death. Sand. Crocodile suddenly released an unprecedented terrifying aura, attacking Smoker in the direction of the attack, angering her. Huge golden hook. Suddenly hovering on the powerful hockey armament, forward to meet Smoker's weapon. The two people once again fought fiercely. The vortex of air destroyed everything. And the intense sound like bombs exploding continuously rang out. Boom. After a moment, the miserable Smoker was sent flying by sand from Crocodile. Smoker had 2 hook wounds on his face. Still dripping blood, his marine coat was torn. Both of his legs were almost severed. His entire body was extremely miserable. Seeing such a scene, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of tension in their hearts, returning to the body of a sand girl. Crocodile really is ruthless. Whitebeard Pirates versus Navy Headquarters. The Whitebeard Pirates win at the beginning. Next, 2 Logia-type demonic fruit ability users, Smoker versus Sir Crocodile. It's also the Whitebeard Sea Pirate crew that wins. Smoker fell out, struggling uncontrollably, his body and soul stained with blood. Under Whitebeard's teachings, Sir Crocodile's daughter's hockey was relatively powerful, coupled with her own extraordinary strength. She almost used her crushing stance to crush Smoker's smoke underscore in the mist. Wow! The loyal Navy here is not weak. As Smoker flew backwards, several lieutenant generals appeared. A muscular man, his body was about 7 m tall, although not like a giant, but he was also a supernatural existence. Everyone saw this person come out and immediately shouted. Coming from the terrifying West Sea Marines. Khan spat out 8. I heard he once exterminated a dark clan in the West Sea. That was a vulgar clan in the West Sea. But was exterminated by Khan spat out 8 who had just joined the West Sea Marines. One person. Someone immediately recognized this person and shouted. Num. In just a moment. A group of people simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. The West Sea, whether pirates or Marines, are far more terrifying than the East Sea. One person single-handedly fought and destroyed a dark clan, and that was when he had just become a rookie. Enough to show its powerful strength. After arriving at headquarters, Akainu took him seriously and promoted him directly to lieutenant general. Let me come here. Twist your head down here. The 8-voiced man spat out a loud and extremely resounding sound, and he charged towards Sir Crocodile in a wild manner. One move is enough to give the person who died a fatal attack. Even if the opponent is a beautiful woman, this brat doesn't show any mercy. Each move is deadly, showing that his strength far surpasses Smoker's. Not only that, at the same time as this 8 generals joined the battlefield, several other lieutenant generals from the 4 seas, East, West, North, and West, also rushed out in a frenzy. Join hands and kill Sir Crocodile. Many lieutenant generals, without any sense of shame, simultaneously turned towards Sir Crocodile and went to kill. Clack clack ha ha ha. All of you come up, eh? This old lady might kill all of you. Sir Crocodile's level of arrogance is not inferior to that of a man. He is not afraid at all when danger is approaching. That open voice, that fearless personality, is quite similar to Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates would never let you fight alone. Wow! Before the words fell, the Whitebeard pirates' several captains all mobilized, each one showing extremely brave strength. Not inferior in the slightest to the Navy headquarters Lieutenant Admiral. Boom boom boom. The melee begins. Terrifying airwaves, constantly rolling, each time the battle collided. A terrifying explosion would erupt, rocks and debris flew everywhere, sound waves like ocean waves rolling back, the screeching sound made one's scalp numb. Devil fruit power, armament hockey. Navy 6th form, extremely strong physical technique. All kinds of collision moves. Kill together. Kill the Whitebeard pirates. Sacrifice comrades to avenge them. Follow closely. The Navy is dispatched simultaneously. Each hilt flashed with cold and icy light, slashing towards each other, each piercing cry filled with murderous screams, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom boom boom. Each of the Whitebeard pirates also stormed the Navy headquarters island. It's Whitebeard's father who fights. Each member of the Whitebeard pirates was filled with passion, fighting desperately. Blood spurts. Broken weapon. Go kill the arrogant pirate. Akainu sighed. Several generals who were preparing also mobilized at the same time. These are all Fujitora Issho's successor, General Ryakujiu, then General's selection. Each one of them has the strength of a great general, but they have not yet officially become a great general. Boom boom boom. These few people had the strength of a great general in the Navy. And when their bodies suddenly attacked, a loud explosion was immediately heard. That was the airflow around them creating a loud explosion, enough to prove their strength. Fresh Flower Bridge. Once those people join the battlefield, even the strong people from Sir Crocodile and the Whitebeard pirates will have to escape later. Your opponents are here. Marco's whole body was burning with a pale blue flame. One side of the flame wing shook, aiming at a prepared general and charging straight towards him. Don't forget we are the Whitebeard pirates. Although Diamond George lost an arm at the summit battle, his strength a year later not only did not decrease, but instead increased by a large margin, especially his armament hockey, which was greatly increased. Talking too much is useless. Kill. Joaquim Vista held the sword in both hands. Each sword energy slashed out. Follow. The strongest squad leaders all move out. Discrimination against a Navy general preparing to become an admiral. These Whitebeard pirates, top-ranked captains after the Summit War, escaped for a year. Their strength increased greatly, and their battles became more deadly. Not only that, but the more they followed Whitebeard to participate in the Great War of the Golden City and were trained by Whitebeard afterwards, their strength increased greatly. The Golden City Great War brought about the harmony between the master and the master of the myriad ships. During this period of time, the entire Whitebeard pirates' fighting strength was greatly increased, especially those highest-level combat power. Leading several squad leaders, no squad leader, female sand. Crocodile, wait a moment. They're naturally talented. Under Whitebeard's diligent training, his strength was constantly improving, reaching the ultimate sublimation. Fighting power becomes even stronger. Diamond George can be very tough against the Navy preparing the general. This is also best stated. Squeak squeak. The battle of the infinitely close great general level was terrifying. Once it erupted, even the air was torn apart, and deep, bottomless cracks appeared on the ground. The rumbling sound was like a violent, destructive thunderclap, terrifying beyond measure. Marco, we finally meet again. A man wearing a cloak of justice, a bearded, muscular man. Opposes Marco. Boom. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. The two people instantly struck together. The blue flames, like ocean waves, fiercely attacked the muscular man. Mr. The strongest hockey armament. In a blink of an eye, the bearded face of the Navy general was completely covered. Despite the strong flames stirring through his entire body, he was not injured at all. Boom, boom, boom. Not only that, this muscular man also took the opportunity to transform into a giant. Oh my god. A terrifying 920 giant ape. Zoan demons are truly capable. Seeing such a scene from afar, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but cry out in shock. He is the Beast Pirates' man. He was originally the next captain of the Beast Pirates flag. Finally someone noticed. That's not right. With Sakazuki's character as admiral, how could he allow a Beast Pirates captain-level character to join the Navy? Quite a few people expressed their doubts, with Akainu's absolutely righteous personality. He wouldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. That is, because he joined the Navy and killed all the pirates under his flag. A pirate gang, about 100 people. All of them killed. The other person continued to explain. He was the one who wrote the manuscript. Not knowing where he got the truth, he said in shock. This captain from the Beast Pirates was taking revenge. Enduring humiliation and carrying a heavy burden, cutting off his own men and legs, and joining the Marines, risking his life to gain Akainu's respect, becoming a candidate for the Grand Admiral. All to witness the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates. Humph. Someone on the other side coldly snorted. Akainu is Whitebeard. Using any tricks is nothing strange. This person is afraid that Akainu has resentment in his heart, but in front of everyone, he said that Akainu, but at this time there is no one to pin him down, because seeing is believing. Noisy. Everyone was excited. At this moment, they realized that this war would not be that simple in the future. I didn't think you would join the Navy. This is truly a huge humiliation to Kadu. Ha ha ha. Marco's fighting spirit rose. His body burned with pale blue flames. Suddenly, with a swish, a long blade of intense flames formed, suddenly slashing towards this ferocious giant ape. Just by joining the Navy, I can witness the destruction of your Whitebeard pirates with my own eyes. This is really something that makes anyone feel extremely excited just thinking about it. Boom, boom, boom. The giant ape swung its hockey-armed fist and smashed towards Marco. The air was stirred. Each explosion sounded loudly. I'm afraid you will never see that day again. Because Father will take us and trample the Navy headquarters. Marco used the blazing long sword to punch the giant ape. His wings fluttered, and he reversed direction, killing the giant ape's head. Coming from the Beast Pirates under the captain rank of Giant Roar, that voice filled with anger, shook the whole heaven and earth. This lucky captain who did not participate in that battle between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. He joined the Navy, gained Akainu's respect, and in order to become the Marine General, he endured humiliation and carried the burden, personally killing more than 100 pirates who followed him. All of this is revenge for the Whitebeard pirates. He firmly believes, in this world, only the Navy headquarters can destroy the Whitebeard pirates. He wanted to witness this scene with his own eyes. So be patient and support the heavy load. Akainu looked at the giant ape and Marco's destructive duel. His expression did not change at all, but he also laughed coldly in his heart. Don't joke around, you self-righteous pirate. This old man only wants to use you to wear down the Whitebeard pirate's fighting strength. To make you a candidate for the Grand Admiral is just to make you work harder. This stupid guy originally joined the Navy, but killed the pirates under his own flag with his own hands. Aquinas suddenly had a flash of inspiration and let him join the Navy. Moreover, he treated him equally on the surface, letting this person risk his life for him. But the giant ape really did not disappoint Akainu. During the time he joined the Navy, he crazily abused the new pirate world. This kind of idiot may not be worthy to be my subordinate. This battle is over. You can also go die. Akainu chuckled. He only needed to pay a little attention, and the giant ape would risk its life to hunt and kill pirates, using pirates to eliminate pirates. It really eased Akainu's mind a lot. A person whose eyes are covered with hatred, at the moment facing a deadly enemy, the fighting power he unleashes is extremely great. Akainu took advantage of this point. This Zoan-type demon from the Beast's Pirates is a true ability user. When facing Marco, his hatred turned his eyes red, becoming extremely terrifying. The only thing that surprised Akainu was 3. Marco's strength is also much stronger than the summit battle. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying battle continued to erupt. Each earth-shattering sound resounded loudly. Countless ruins were rolled back. At this moment, the whole world was paying attention. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this earth-shattering and terrifying battle. Any small change on the battlefield will attract worldwide attention. Akainu, little boy. Don't tell this old man. You only have these little tricks. That said, the Navy headquarters might not be able to handle it.